Man, look at that. Holy crap, it worked. Something new there. Something new. Thanks everybody for joining. Joe DeLoy here, Analog Man Cave, and this is the first in a new series. Started something up. In case you missed the live stream of a couple of days ago, it was supposed to be a 20-minute live stream, and then I made the mistake of shooting the invite to Drunk Eric, Tim, and Paul, and it turned into a fiesta. But yeah, it was fun. But I announced here what we're going to do. And I started calling it an interview, but then I changed my mind because I was listening to Chris Williams, who's one of my people I do interview. I listen to her interviews, and he had somebody on Dallas something or another, and he says, I like this because it's a conversation. So I'm like, Greg, we're having a conversation. Greg Christopher, Chubby Funster Games is my first conversation victim. Welcome.
Happy to be here. It's good. I'm excited.
This should be fun, man. This should be fun. I think we're gonna go deep. I'm trying something different because in my experience, there is nobody who's doing like long form Joe Rogan style interviews where you get to know somebody, about them. It seems like most people who do interviews, it's because so-and-so has a product coming out or a Kickstarter coming out and they want to get in there and they want to talk. And they'll do the cursory 10 minutes. Hi, how are you? What was your first D&D game or something? And then they'll jump into, what are you pimping this week? Right. And that's it. I figure you don't get to know the person though. I want to understand what makes people tick. So I thought, well, we'll do something like a long form Rogan style interview. And on top of that, we could also get into the other stuff that you're doing, And the big reason too, I started thinking about this was because I'm very fortunate that I'm in a chat group with a ton of people who are all like creators, D&D, RPG creators, right?
Yep.
I got resources. I got back. I can reach out, I mean, I got Eric, I got you, I got Rob, I got Tim, I got Paul. Vance, everybody's putting things out except me, right? So, and I'm gonna soon, but I'm like, this is kind of nice to reach out to you guys because you're good at multiple things, and everybody seems to be good at something. So, Art Caustic throwing out compliments already, and so I figured, but there's probably a lot of people out there who don't have anything like that. That maybe not know anybody who publishes anything about how to get started, where to get started. So I thought we'd do a dive into not just your history, your background, what you're all about, but the publishing side of it. What, why, when did you get started? What do you like about it? That sort of thing. And then we'll get into current events, things like that, and whatever you're pimping this week. So that it lends itself to like a long form style. So yeah. You ready for this shit show?
I'm psyched. I'm up. All right. I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right. We have 16 people already. Hot damn. We have, wow. Oh, I got to turn my fucking Facebook on because Facebook got this stupid ass thing. And I complain every time, and I'm never not going to complain. But if you do a live stream on Facebook, it defaults to audience, you only. Why would I possibly want to just talk to myself? I mean, I could do that alone without being on YouTube.
That's another user interface victory for us all.
I mean, here I just went into public. Yeah. So that's fucking YouTube for you, right? Or Facebook rather for you. So right now I'm also on Rumble, and we have 2 people on Rumble. I say that because it's not showing up in this. I can't really tell, but yeah.
Raptor 7 commented. You can see the little green next to his comment, and when X people comment, it'll have a little X.
All right, that's cool. So we got somebody on Twitch. We got a bunch over on Twitter. This is cool. X. Yeah. We got 17 people, and we got. Oh, this is neat. It breaks it out, Greg. You have 8 from your Twitter and none from mine, so that's good. So you're bringing them all in here, and we got a shit ton I got 8 from my YouTube. So there we go. Right. This is interesting. All right, so good. Let's see who we got in the crew here in the house. We got Mark. Hello. Michael Stengel, Chad, Ryan Nilsson, Raptor 7, representing Rumble as always. Raptor is my #1 fan over on Rumble. He never misses a show. He's always commenting. I'm beginning to think Raptor is actually a bot because nobody's that consistent in fandom. All right, so he's always there and he's always making comments. So
I've got porn bots that like my X posts within a second of going live.
Damn, are they?
And, they like it right away. I love them. Thank you, porn bots.
We'll take it. Anything. All right. Love your work, Chubby Funster. Your first fan. We talk to ourselves. That's a given. Yeah, we certainly do. Shadow Rim is gold. Dragon Teeth. Yeah, there's some people I don't know here before. So this is kind of cool. We're bringing them all in, man. So I figured I'd call you the Lord of ShadowDark because as soon as ShadowDark was published, dude, you just jumped in. Is that fucking?
Yeah, I had written the vast majority of ShadowSun before the Kickstarter even closed. Like, we still just had the quick start PDFs.
Wow. Wow. Jesus Christ, man. You're making good, you're making good business decisions. What can I say? Very good business decisions here. Better than me.
It's been a fantastic journey with ShadowDark. Yeah, probably
that's good, man.
My greatest professional decision for role-playing games. Yes.
That's good, dude. That's good. Now we're talking current events. Let's back it up though. I know you live in Georgia. Are you right? Were you born there?
I was born in Chattanooga, which is within a stone's throw of the Georgia border.
Tennessee?
And my parents moved to Georgia when I was 4, and I have lived in Georgia since then.
You're from Tennessee originally then?
Yeah. Like old Jackson. Yeah.
We've been busting Jackson's balls about Tennessee forever, having lived in this flyover state of Tennessee. You've never admitted you're from Tennessee.
I left after 4 years.
You're still a Tennessean.
What do you want me to
call you people? Tennesseeites? What is it called?
Tennessean, I believe.
Tennessean?
Yeah.
All right. Well, red stater, rednecker, whatever floats. Whatever floats there. Yeah. All right. So Tennessee.
Both my parents are actuaries, so I don't think you could call them rednecks.
No,
it would be very difficult.
Definitely not. Fucking Jesus Christ, man. So growing up with actuaries, what the hell is that about? How did that work out?
Oh, it's wild. It's wild. Because I not only was I a child of 2 actuaries, I was the firstborn child of 2 actuaries.
Oh.
The kid who gets all of the extra risk assessment
and extra attention and
yeah. My mom made me for my first Christmas knitted Christmas tree ornaments because she was worried about them breaking and cutting me.
Jesus.
Just like the most hyper vigilant risk assessment stuff ever. They're very rationalistic people, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, it was a unique experience.
Sounds like living with Vulcans, honestly.
Yeah.
Mr. Spock.
My brother was a crazy wild man who resisted everything and went into the Marines and was all sorts of stuff. Yeah, he went the exact opposite way. He did not want to be risk assessed. And, yeah.
Fucking Marines. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Now you're younger than all of the rest of our group. I mean, we're all in our 50s.
Yeah.
But you're 40s, right?
I was born in 1981.
81. Yeah, I was all right. I was about a decade earlier. So I think we're all you've always been called the baby of the group, but you're the oldest of your clan.
Yeah, I'm the oldest. I'm the oldest kid, but I only had one sibling.
Okay.
And we saw them at Christmas and stuff, but I wasn't that close to my cousins or anything. So it was really just me and my brother, and he's 6 years younger than me, so I was always the dominant, watching him and taking care of him. And he was in the position to want all of my stuff, but I didn't want any of his stuff. So I would have a Super Nintendo that he wanted to play, but there was nothing that he had that I wanted to use at all. So it was a one-way transfer in that sibling relationship.
You call that theft.
Yes.
Yeah. Basically, you had to lock your shit down. Yeah. I remember talking to my brother. When we started with D&D, and I said, "So I'm a DM. You can't read this book." And so I maybe naively trusted he wouldn't. Years later, so I read that fucking thing every night when you weren't looking. So I knew whatever you were fucking with me. So yeah, there was a brother stealing shit on you,
Yeah, that's part of being a brother. I mean,
you got it, man. So what was it like? What were you as a kid? What was describe 8-year-old you?
I was very risk averse. I was a nerd. And I'm not very outgoing by nature. I can kind of I can put it on the face for a while, but I'm the kind of person who loses touch with a lot of people over time because I just don't think about following up with people and I don't reach out to people and stuff like that. That's just how my personality is.
Yeah.
And so I have kind of growing up, I had kind of a little clique of D&D friends that was tight, and they played a lot of video games and D&D. And then when I went to college was when I really kind of figured out social things a lot more, and I had a lot broader connections. And I went to Georgia Tech for a little bit, and I transferred to Georgia State to go into political economy because they didn't have a degree in that at Georgia Tech.
I was in 8th grade. You'll be shocked to hear this, but in 8th grade, I was voted quietest and shyest in my class.
Wow.
Superlatives. Yeah.
That
really
is
came out of my shell. I came out of my shell.
I would not have expected that.
No, I know.
Did you use a lot of
yes, right here. Help me come out of my shell.
Toilet?
This is what got me out of my shell. No.
Oh, wow.
I had to replenish the supply after the other night's goddamn festivities here. I had to catch up with Eric. He was already like 98 sheets to the wind.
Did all your dungeons have bathrooms even back then?
No, they did not. That's what I tell you. If I could go back and give advice to me, starting off in D&D land, that would be it. Make all your dungeons have bathrooms because New York's take a shit.
I know it's your big thing.
Yeah. What would you tell yourself now? Going back to first, let's go back. What was your first D&D game? Do you remember it? Do you remember who?
Yeah. Actually, my first role playing game was Rifts, not D&D.
Okay.
I went to this summer camp that is a super awesome summer camp. It's called Mondamin. If anybody wants to look it up.
What's it called? Montana.
And it's at the time it was 6 weeks. They've cut it back to 5 weeks because the school calendars keep growing.
What was it? What was it called, Greg? Montana?
Mondamin. Mondamin. They have some awesome videos on their website. If it's still the same, I haven't looked at it in about 3 or 4 years when I was sending my son there, and it's basically you. Aside from maybe 1 or 2 weekends, you don't see your parents for 6 weeks, and you can just write them letters and stuff, and you don't call them. They could call you in an emergency or something, but the idea was you are away, and it was all this wilderness stuff: hiking, climbing, mountain biking.
I would not have liked that.
Yeah. I'm, in the words of Jim Gaffigan, I'm what you call indoorsy. Yeah. And so it was, my parents were definitely sending me there to get me out of my being indoorsy as much as they could. And, but when I was there, it was really good at leadership and autonomous development, because every day you got up and you had to come up with your own schedule and you had to do everything on your own. So it very much pushed responsibility on you as a kid in a way that our current generations are just absolutely fucked on. And so anyway, so I was at this camp and there were these kids that I noticed, they kept going to this one place every day, like certain times. And I was like, what are these kids doing? I went and checked it out. They were playing riffs.
Should I get the theme song for Deliverance here, or what are we talking about?
No, it was like a little. It was
like the Georgia woods,
It was like a little wooden treehouse thing that people could get up on and kind of like practice on being on belay and doing descents and stuff. Yeah, so they had climbed up on this wooden platform and they kept going up there. I'm like, what are they doing up there on the belay stand? And so they went up there. I went up there and they were playing riffs, and I played a little bit of that. And then one of them was really into 2nd edition D&D, and that was the first edition of D&D that I played. And I got all the core books, and I got the box set for Undermountain. Which is incredible. It has a special place in my heart. And I played the hell out of D&D too.
There's not a toilet to be found in Undermountain, Greg.
No. And in hindsight, just the design of it is incomprehensible. I even as an adult, I'm like, okay, I don't feel bad about not understanding what the fuck is going on in this book. But just the number of ideas and the way that things work together, and this huge fucking map that started my love for fucking maps. It was awesome. And I got into that, and then I got into 3rd edition for a little while, and then when I went off to college, I didn't really, because I ended up going to Georgia State, and it's a commuter college.
Yeah.
And I didn't have people around to play, and so I went through like a 10-year period where I just wasn't playing.
Okay.
I wasn't playing anything, and then I
So
still
we're talking like, so you started what, 14-ish then at your summer camp?
Yeah, 14, yeah, 13, 14.
So then what was the jump to second edition? How soon did you get there?
Almost immediately.
DM?
Yeah, I mean, I only played Rifts for like 1 year,
all right.
maybe.
Did you DM or play mostly back then?
I just played it. It was too outside of what I understood. Like, it was so different and so weird and unique. And second edition D&D, as weird as it might have seemed, at the time to a lot of people, I had read Tolkien, I knew all that stuff. So it was much more familiar to me as a fantasy than Rifts, which was like otherworldly and bizarre.
Yeah.
And so looking through, I'm sure this illustrate. You flip into the beginning of character creation, and there's a picture of the Hobbit with the hairy feet, but it's called a halfling. Like right at the beginning of second edition.
Did you start with this book?
Yeah, and I'm like this. No, I had the one with the barbarian breaking through the door.
Oh, no, I gotta grab it. I bought these. I never had these growing up. I had these, but during COVID, I had extra money. I wasn't spending on beer and bitches and shit. So I bought all this other stuff to fill up my collection. So yeah. So you just under what, the character generation section? Now we gotta look. Yeah,
there's like a picture of like it looks like a Hobbit, but they're calling it a halfling, right? And like that was it for me. I was like, okay, I get, like this I understand.
All right, now I gotta find it.
I'm down with hobbits.
Now I gotta find it.
And it's basically, it's in the races with, it goes through the demi-humans and everything.
Oh, there's some weird art in this book. I gotta say, I did like the other books' art better. I did like the other books. Are you talking about this one?
Yeah.
There you go.
That guy. I was like, I get this. I can play this. This makes sense to me.
What did you read besides Tolkien, though? What else clicked?
I probably just Tolkien. Really? I don't recall anything in particular. I did read the Lone Wolf books. I'm not sure if that was before or after D&D, but I did read the Lone Wolf books.
I like those. I always tried to cheat too, just because who the hell likes keeping track?
Yeah. Of course, I have the Summer Sword.
Fuck you with your inventory.
It's right here in my pocket.
Yeah, with your limited inventory. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I have whatever I want to carry, goddammit. I had an extra piece of paper for all of it. And I carry shit from one book to another book just in case they needed it. I was always on the lookout for them trying to screw me over. I should have had it from the other book. So I was always ready. Ready.
Yeah, that was great. That guy was a genius, man. That was
These Lone Wolf books, guys. I don't know if you don't know what the hell we're talking about. It was one of those, you got the book here. And you're like, you choose, you do something. Here's the scene. And then you can either fight, roll, or choose to go somewhere. If you make a left, turn to page 62. If you make a right, turn to page 78. And you're going through the book, and it's just one of those, do-it-yourself adventures. It's like solo role play, but more fun because Matt's not the DM, right? So it's more fun that way,
That's right. Well, hey, my latest release, Terra Invictus, man, you can solo play the shit out of that. And I have, and my son has, and we've got great feedback from a few people who've tried it. I was on Dungeons and Dyslexia recently. I think I sent you the link for it. And he said he's been playing it at night when he's like, I should be working on this other thing. And I'm like, I'm just going to explore a hex, and then it turns into a thing. Yeah, I think it's a winning. Did
you watch, like Chad was saying there, he liked Thundar as a kid. They got into the weird fiction. Did you watch any of it?
I never saw it as a kid. I didn't even know it existed until probably later, like in my 30s, when I found out that it was.
How about the D&D cartoon? Ever watched that on reruns, or was that too early?
Nope. I hadn't considered this, but Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past was also a big part of my childhood, and playing that is very close to D&D. Like that's pretty close. And so I think that may have also had a big impact on how I think.
I've never a video game guy. I sucked at it, and once it became apparent to me that my brother, who's 2 years younger than me, was better than me, I stopped playing because I can't let my younger brother beat me at this, right? So I stopped playing. So but I became the coach. I'd be like, because we had the TV and the black and white TV in our bedroom, and old beat up piece of shit, my grandfather's old TV, and he's playing. It's one of those TVs where everyone's playing, you got to smack the side of it, or else it goes staticky and gray. You whack it, and then it goes back. Yeah. It's that kind of thing. So I was sitting, he sat on the edge of my bed. I'm laying in bed watching, and I'm giving him advice like, "Hey, try left, look right, do this, right." That was my video game experience. Yeah. And the funny thing was that when I started babysitting his kids, I'm sitting there with his son. It's like 7 or 8 years old. And I started with him. Hey, look right, look left. I'm the same goddamn dynamic 30-some years later with his son as I had with him. It's the same damn thing. Yeah. Better game, same dynamic. So, but I never had any video game background.
Yeah, I'm a huge video game guy, and I think it cross-pollinates with role-playing games very often.
Too. Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I was a big Neverwinter Nights fan, even during like periods where I wasn't playing role-playing games in my 20s. I was playing games like Neverwinter Nights and Skyrim. Eventually, stuff like that.
Who knew?
Oh yeah, I know that's a big surprise to you. Yeah.
What is it called? Shadowrim? But the new surprise you put out?
Yeah. But I love the hell out of Skyrim. I wish that Bethesda had never moved on. Well, not never, but had not moved on from that engine and just kept developing different things within that engine. I feel like these video game companies, they feel like they always have to push to the next engine, and they end up spending tons of money developing a brand new engine that they then use for 1 or 2 games, and then they're making a brand new engine. Like they came out with Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, and if they had just created 2 or 3 different teams to make even more stuff with that engine, it would have been fine. It would have been fine.
To give you a background as my video game experience, I skipped all of that from the Atari 2600 on, and I picked it up again with Doom. I think it was Doom 2 and the Star Wars X-Wing video game when I got a 486.
I love that game.
That was when I got the 486. I'm like, wow, I could do games. I went to my buddy's house, and he had Star Wars, the X-Wing game, and I was like, yeah, I got that game. It's all right. And he goes, yeah, but about the sound. I said, what do you mean? What sound? He goes, boop, 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 boop. And he goes, what? He goes, you have a video card? I mean, what's a video card? And I didn't fucking know. So he's like, listen to this. And he puts,
what's a
video card? So I'm like 27. What the hell do I know, right? So you sit here, and he had these old, like 5-foot tall fucking wooden speakers that he somehow hooked up to his computer setup, and he put one on either side of my head. And he turns the Star Wars video game on, and I'm like, boom, bada boom, Jesus Christ, give me a video card. What is this? But
I just realized the sun's going down. I need to turn on a light. I'll be right back.
Let's see if he's wearing tidy whities, folks. No tidy whities. Yeah, that was my video card days. He gave me an old 8-bit video card, and I since it was a Sound Blaster, if I remember right. Then I got the 16-bit.
I remember Sound Blaster.
Yeah, that was it. And then Doom 2. I don't like for my gameplay level, Doom 2 is good for me. When they went to Duke Nukem and you could look up and down and all that, I'm like, I'm tapping out. It's too many controls.
Is it getting a little choppy for you?
What's that? Oh, Greg is freezing.
Joe, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Are you freezing up?
I have you frozen.
Yeah, you froze for a minute there. Yeah, you hear me now? Oop. He's disappeared. We are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by. While Greg is figuring that shit out, let me just say, if you want to follow us all, Greg is all over Twitter. I hear you. You hear us? Yeah, you hear me now? It's that commercial, that phone commercial. You hear me now? Greg, are you there? He's frozen with the look of perplexity on his face. This could be fun. So everybody type in the chat. What is Greg thinking right now? What does that look on his face? But anyway, Greg is all over Twitter, or X, whatever you want to call it. I know he's got a lot of Xers following us here. All my contact links are down below. I'm on Twitter, Rumble, StreamYards, everything. Oh, Greg will be back. Greg will be back. So yeah, so please do like and subscribe, everybody. Really appreciate it. If you haven't, you're looking at this on X, check me out. If you're watching on Greg's channel, check me out on X, Analog Man Cave. On YouTube, I'm Joe the Lawyer. All right, so check that out. And I uploaded a lot of my videos to Rumble and to Spotify and to Locals, but there's a couple hundred more over on Twitter. So if you want to do a deep dive, all right, check out, I'm sorry, YouTube. Check out my YouTube channel. Greg is back. Let's see. You back?
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
Well, did you send your kid to bed? You probably hopped on the computer playing video games in there. You there? Uh-oh. Ah, shitballs. You there, Greg? Uh-oh. He's freezing up, boys and girls. This is what happens when you live in Atlanta or wherever the hell he's in Georgia. This is it. When
Can you hear
me there?
now?
You hear us now? Yeah.
Can you see me? Okay.
Yeah.
There's a minor rumble in the sky, but there's construction in my neighborhood, and I think they may mess with the line.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was making fun of your low-tech state down there, you know. So yeah,
it's not low-tech. I recently moved into a neighborhood that's under construction for a lot of the portion of it. So they make mistakes sometimes. I can't do anything about that.
Yeah, no worries. We're all here. We're all back. So I was just telling people where to look for us while you were checking out. So you're all over Twitter X, right? That's your main, your main place. You're also on Facebook. I know that. And I'm YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, Facebook. I got the new Facebook group, Analog Man Cave, over there. So check that out if you want to join. I got a Substack. Every link you can get me at is below. But appreciate you guys. If you like it, subscribe. Share the comment, hit the little thumbs up and notify and all that stuff that all the fancy YouTubers always say, because I guess it does help. So hoping to keep growing the channel. I'm 16 away from 3,500. So that's my next milestone. Hit 3,500, I figure I'll do a live stream or something like that, talk about it. But yeah, it's my next big milestone. But anyway, back to the convo. So we were talking other influences. You didn't see the Thundar Barbarian. You weren't into all that sort of thing, but you did get into the video game stuff. You said, yeah. So what do you think you took from video games for your design stuff?
Brian, for Baldur's Gate. I played the shit out of Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale and all that line of games. It was great.
I would have loved that. I would have loved that.
I think what I took away from a lot of that stuff is the kind of the structure of having, you have a town, you go out, you do things, you come back. It's very similar to role-playing games. Yeah. It made me think about ways of, how I would organize the structure of the campaign, how I would design things. It let me first of all, it really showed me how if you don't design things to be balanced and have minimal exploits, that people will find an exploit and then they will only play your game that way. Yeah. Like in Fallout 2, if you knew what you were doing, you could walk down from the starting location straight to a place late in the game that you just have to know where it is. Yeah. And you just walk right down there and you can walk in and pick up the best armor in the game and throw it on and then turn around and just walk right back to the starting town and then play through the game wearing the best armor in the game. Like in the game, it's like unstoppable. And so then once you know that, it's like, well, now every time I play a game, I'm basically handicapping myself by not doing that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and things like that made me really realize how exploitable stuff is. And, it's just people, they make some decision, they put something into something that's cool. And I'm not saying it's not cool, but because it's not balanced or it's too broadly written, it's too poorly designed, like people end up exploiting the shit out of it in a way that causes problems. And I'm very sensitive to that from coming to role-playing games through a video game lens also. It's definitely a thing. Yep, Chad, you had to save Scrum to get to Navarro. because the random encounters around that place would fuck you up.
Oh, okay. All
right. Because you're level 1. But if you could make it through the random encounter without getting hit, like as soon as the random encounter triggers, you haul ass the other direction. Like make sure you never get into it. Then you could do it. You could do it.
Funny.
But yeah, I'm glad he knew about Navarro also. Yes, just walk down and get yourself a power armor and turn around and head back. And Mark, why are you playing? Why are you playing 5e anyway, bro? Man. Don't do it. Don't do it.
At level 12 too. I had a couple groups going, and they all hit. I think 3 different groups all hit around level 7. And I ended the games because, I mean, normal groups of 6 people or whatever the hell, six kids or something. It was just like, it's too fucking much. One fight shouldn't take 4.5 fucking hours. It's just too much. It's too long with all your nonsense and bullshit, all these abilities and skills. And you're looking at your sheets and taking the time. And this isn't a character sheet. This is my prep, guys. I went to the bar before the show and took a pen and found a napkin and I took notes. So this is my prep for the show. In case you guys know, wonder how professional I am. Literally analog. I'm sitting there at the bar drinking an old fashioned as I take notes on a napkin, like Don fucking Draper or something here, and I'm wearing my Mr. Rogers sweater. Because I get home, I change my clothes and put on my Mr. Rogers sweater, and it's like he, sings his little song. I go on the back deck and puff a little. So that's why I'm a little, happy right now. But my EverQuest, dude, that was my thing. We're like RPG kind of related. That's my first RPG kind of game I ever played. MMO, and the early days, before they had all the expansions. It was just hard. Like if you died in a zone you shouldn't be in, then you had like 8 hours to get your gear, or else it melted. No matter what level it was, and you had to do a corpse run and salvage it. There was days people would just
like that in Diablo, also Diablo 2,
same thing.
Especially, yeah.
No, you didn't get it.
Yeah, you don't have to go get that corpse. That sucks, man.
Oh God, but still, you're begging for Spirit of Wolf at the gates of wherever city, and you're in your underwear, and everybody knows you're just looking to get your gear back. And every once in a while, I get some nice 800th level dude who would say, "I'll go out there and run with you to get it." And that was kind of cool. But it was like old school basically. New video games are like new school, but those old games, you lose your shit no matter what level you are after 8 hours. People are calling out of work because they're like, I can't leave this game until I get my shit. I got 3,000 hours invested in this guy.
I had a horrible. I almost called him a friend. I have a horrible acquaintance that was in the dorm room next to me at Georgia Tech, and our computers were like everybody had set up like a desk underneath their bunk bed, because it's bunk bed in a dorm, right? So you'd have an elevated bed and you'd have your desk underneath that, and I had left Diablo running but paused in town or whatever, Diablo 2 I think, and I was doing something, reading or something, and I was laying on the up on the bed, and this guy came in and I didn't realize what he was doing. He was from the dorm room next to me. He unpaused my game and muted the speakers, unpaused my game, walked me outside of town. Then he went over to his computer and joined the same server and came and killed me and took all my stuff. And then logged out. So I had no idea for a while that it was him.
Oh, that's great.
All I did was I climbed down and I see that my game's still, it's on. When I unpause, I'm dead and everything is gone. Yeah, it was.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Fucking guy. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Whew, still feel some anger for that.
I gotta see this. You gotta take a breath, breathe. Sit, relax, be present, be in the present moment, Greg.
Brian Gertson, I think.
Oh, he's been called out. Who is it, Brian?
I was trying to remember his last name. I knew it was weird. I was like,
what was it? All right. So Brian Gertson.
Fuck that guy.
Called out. If you're listening in the chat or in the channel, say hi. And just what do we got? Loft beds, definitely. Mark says he's going to go to OSC or ShadowDark or one of the OD&D hacks. Yeah, he's easier in a way, Or go second edition. I'll lend you my house rules. You can do that too. Yeah, they're all good.
If you use Joe's house rules, I feel sorry for you.
They're awesome.
Don't do it.
They're only 19 pages long and they're 2-point fonts, so they're all good. You're all set, you know. Oh God. So dude, you were hooked right away for D&D, it sounds like, right? 14 years old, you know.
13, 14. I'm not sure exactly when.
And then you played until college, right? Through college, so like 8 more years, and you took 10 years off.
Yeah.
What brought you back?
I had 2 kids.
Okay.
And then I kind of started getting together with the group of parents and people that I had met that I knew were gamers and so on.
Yep.
And then when Google Plus came along, I started using Google Plus.
That's when I first met you, I think.
Yeah, and it was so much better than meeting with people in meet space.
Yeah.
Because when you have 2 kids, if you go to somebody else's house, you're now having to negotiate with your wife to take care of the kids without complaining, while you go off and spend 4 or 5 hours with the commute and all that stuff. Yeah, brutal. So
your ex-wife, should we say? No, your current wife.
Correct.
Yes.
For legal reasons, I will not be discussing her in great detail. But
yes, but just wanted to make it clear in case you think Greg's talking shit about his current wife. It's
no, yeah.
I don't want to get Greg in trouble vicariously with the new wife for the ex-wife shit.
My current wife is having dinner and drinks with a work colleague that is in town. I spent most of this week on site doing some stuff for my work, and my wife is good friends with one of the people from my team that was there. Okay. My wife actually recruited me into my current job because she.
I get the gist of it, but I could never tell you the job title or whatever it is. But what do you do?
They have terms like instructional designer and stuff like that. But basically, what I do is I go into corporate clients. I don't want to talk about their names specifically on here, but I go into a corporate client and they've got existing training regimen for a particular thing, or they have a new machine or device or something that they want to train people on using. And they bring me in because I'm very good at figuring out how it works. Mm-hmm. And repeating that back to them, regurgitating that in a way that people can understand.
Okay.
And my wife recognized that I had that skill because of my gaming hobby experience.
Yeah.
So my wife was like, "You would be great at this, the way that you can sit down with a 250-page game book and just figure out how it works in almost no time at all." So I was like, okay. So she recruited me into that, and then she eventually moved on to a different company. But she knew this woman who was on my team.
Okay.
And so they're having drinks, and I came home. I traded out. I came home, and she went downtown to have fun with her friend. Right. And I'm having fun with my friends. It works out. It works for everybody.
Perfect. And what did you do before that, though?
I was in insurance for a while. I left political economy because of politics. I know, big surprise.
Shocker.
The political economy kind of discipline is divided into roughly 2 camps. And the first camp really should not be in political economy, but they are because they're full of hate. And that is people who are borderline communist. And so if you write like a paper about international loans or currency or whatever, their kind of response is, well, those things are evil and we should just get rid of them. And I'm like, well, you should not be in political economy. Yes. I'm sorry, you should leave. And then, the other camp, the second camp, are people who are blindly devoted to basically the United States. And I'm very loyal, patriotic American, but I believe the United States does occasionally make mistakes. Particularly with respect to fiscal policy.
Yeah.
And I wrote a series of all sorts of stuff about different financial issues, and very similar to Alexander McCrease, actually, in the contents of the stuff we were working on. And yeah, neither side would approve the stuff that I would write. You know,
so you're hated by everybody equally.
I was hated by both sides. So I just left. But like I can remember the guy's face when I was in a comparative politics seminar, and this guy who should have known better. He was the European policy expert.
Yeah.
I said that basically the United States is in an unsustainable debt position, and that our debt would be downgraded within 10 years. This was in 2002.
Mm-hmm.
And I was right, for those who don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, the United States is in an unsustainable debt position. This is because of math. That's not Greg's opinion. Yeah, this is because of math.
The only math I know, Greg, has to do with dice. I don't know.
Yes, yeah. So I can't get along with people who don't understand math.
Yeah.
So eventually, I just left. I just couldn't do it. Yeah,
so then you got into
insurance, and I went into insurance,
which is more math.
Yeah, I was doing more sales, marketing, selling insurance, particularly life and health.
All right,
and that was much more profitable than being a graduate student. I know that's a big surprise to many, but that was good. That paid for my my children to be born and all that stuff. So I don't want to get into it, Ryan. You don't even open the door, bro.
We're
take over the whole stream. Yeah,
his life, his experiences, what brought him where he's at. We're not going political here.
I have so much to say on that, but it's beyond the scope of.
That's a whole different YouTube show. Is a political one. We're not going political here, guys. That's as far as political as we're going. Yeah, man, I know the whole Korean guy. I know.
So I was doing insurance all the way up until through my divorce, and then when I got remarried, and my wife was like, "You could be better at this other thing." Yeah.
All right, that's cool. So you got into that, and then you found it sounds like Google Plus. You got back to D&D, and then that's where you found the OSR. It sounds like.
That's right. Yeah. Eric Tenkar was probably my main OSR drip for a while. Coming in. Okay. And I had one of the first games I wrote was definitely not OSR. It's called Synapse, and it was kind of like GURPS in terms of being universal. But my focus was on two things. One was I loved the hell out of Jason Bourne, and I wanted a system that could. That's why it was called Synapse, because you had kind of like synaptic time progress, like things were so happening so fast. You were having like Jason Bourne type writing stuff. And then I had developed a system that I've never gone back this way. I still think that's interesting concepts, but a system where characters there was a list of like 14, 15 motivational things that they were affected by. So there might be a guy he's really concerned with his image and to other people. There's another guy who is concerned with money or whatever. Like you could have ratings on these scales, kind of like I didn't know it at the time, but kind of like Pendragon with Pendragon's virtues. And so when you got into a conversation with somebody, you could choose how you're appealing to them in a charisma type way, and then if it aligned with their motivations, you would get a bonus or a penalty. And so there was kind of an incentive to figure out what the NPC really was all about, talk to them about things so that you could then choose how you adjust what you say to them. It was the first thing I ever wrote, so it was incredibly cumbersome and poorly designed. But that's how it works, folks.
That's how you do it. That's how you learn it.
You got to start somewhere. You got to start with the shit.
It's interesting because you didn't make a D&D. The first thing you ever made wasn't a D&D product, even though you jumped into the OSR.
Well, I've never been as attached to you to just the medieval fantasy stuff.
Yeah, I'm pretty much. Yeah, you try a lot of stuff. I've tried other things, but I still go back to swords and fireballs. That's my game. That's my thing.
I know.
Yeah, no, that's always been my thing. Swords and fireballs, man. So what? All right, here's a question for you then. Since you're sort of you do things on the outskirts, right? You're OSR. You've been involved in the OSR. What is the OSR? Then how would you define it?
To me, being in the OSR is imagining what would happen if you got in a DeLorean and you went back to, let's say, 1995, before third edition, right before third edition, and you said, we're not going to go that direction. That direction is closed. You know, like Doc Brown is drawing the lines on the chalkboard, and he's like, and here we took a diversion away from the third edition time frame, and we kept following the principles that we had from before that, and saying, you know, we're going to have games where there is substantial risk, where you don't have to plan out your character through multiple iterations, particularly stuff like prestige classes and feats and all that. To say, I need to take this at this level so that I can get that at that level.
Playing the guy from before you roll his goddamn ability scores, you're planning his entire progression.
That's right.
All the way out.
Right. Yeah. And I like, we get to this later, but my love for Acts 2 is that almost all of the equivalent to that's in Acts 2 in proficiencies don't have prerequisites. So at each level, even though there's a lot of choices at each level, you don't have to be like, well, I need the healing so that I can get this other arcane wizardry, and that will build up into this other thing. There's none of that shit. Like I would not be able to stand that. Like, I can't do that. I don't mind, you know, healing 1, healing 2, healing 3. That's not a big deal. Mm-hmm. But charting things out and having to calculate 10 million different things in your character design. I don't mind trying to figure out, like in Acts 2, like, how am I going to run this domain? And there's all these rules I have to follow and things I have to be concerned about. That's totally fine. But if I can't even sit down at the fucking table without performing this enormous thing. I remember the first time my brother played DCC with us, he couldn't believe how easy it was. We just handed him the little sheet with 4 characters for the gauntlet on it. And we're like, that's all you need to know. And he was like, what? He was like, I thought we were going to spend like the next hour making characters. I'm like, no way, bro. Here you go. You're good. You don't need to do anything else. Yeah.
We went from third edition to, we never did 3.5 because we didn't see the point, but we did third, and then we went to Pathfinder, which we called Math Finder because Jesus Christ, you know, and then it was like, I just can't do it. I remember I called my brother up, or I texted him on the way home after I was DMing one night, and I was like group chat, and I said, I'm done. I'm out. I'm tapped out. It was after the game. It was like midnight, 12:30. And I'm just like, I'm not running this anymore. It's just stupid. I hate the game system, and I can't play. So I can't DM something I hate, you know? So,
Well, not to venture into politics again, but I do live by the George W. Bush quote, fool me once, can't get fooled again. You know, I love how he mangled the shit out of that quote.
Fool me once, shame on you.
Once, can't get fooled again. Okay, like
because he started off, fool me once, shame on you.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't bother with any of that.
Can't get fooled again.
He said, fool me once, can't get fooled again. You know, they fucked me once. I didn't buy 4th edition. I didn't buy 5th edition. I'm not buying 6th. I'm not giving those fuckers any more of my money. I'm out. You know, like it's the same with Star Wars. After episode 8, we're done.
Yeah,
it's over. I'm not giving you any more
Star Wars movies. That's it. The entire Star Wars universe consists of the 6 movies, and I gotta say, I like the Clone Wars. My nephews got me into that, and I'm like, And the weird thing is that I'm one of those weirdos. Like I watched Star Wars for the Force and the Jedi, and I told my nephews, I said, I watched all the Clone Wars. Oh, did you like it? They're talking about these clone warriors or clone soldiers, and I'm like, I don't know, what are you talking about? I would skip anything that had to do with nothing. If it wasn't Anakin or Obi-Wan, I would just fast forward. And so at the end of it, I couldn't tell you which one was Cody and which one was the other fucker.
Yeah.
And they were horrified. You know, it's the Clone Wars. I said, no, Star Wars is Jedi. And that's all it's ever going to be in my head. And so all the other bullshit you're talking about is garbage. I did like Mandalorian where Luke showed up. I got to say that.
Well, the Mandalorian's a trick. I was about to say, the Mandalorian's a trick.
Yeah.
It
for 2 seasons.
Yeah, it reinforced to me why I can't trust it. Like,
yes,
you know, it was there was this tempting fruit of, oh no, we learned our lesson and we gave it to Jon Favreau and it's great. And just nope, they bent that shit right back around. Yep. So the Mandalorian is a second-class citizen in his own fucking show.
I know.
It's ridiculous.
And they fired Gina Carano.
Yeah, get rid of they got that's the only time they got me twice.
That's why
otherwise fool me once and you're out. Yeah.
That's when I tapped out. I watched a couple episodes of the third season and I'm done. Same thing with Marvel. I mean, you watch the Marvel shit and it's like, no, this is stupid. I'm not gonna, it's dumb.
Well, my brother's huge into Marvel, and I believe that plays into why I do not like Marvel. I don't know. I think it's a subconscious thing. I've never really been into superheroes, but the more he has gotten into superheroes, the more repulsed I have been. There's some kind of sibling magic going on right there. I don't know what it is.
For me, it sucked me in. The Marvel movies sucked me in because we started watching them when the nephews were a lot younger. I think the youngest was 7 or 8 when we started, and then they finished in their high school years with, the what do they call it? The third set, the one with Thanos. We stopped after Thanos, essentially, and everything else after that sucked. But it was kind of fun to watch it with them. We'd always go to the movies together. We got a popcorn. We watched the movie. It was a thing. So I don't know anything about comic book lore. Like, I was not a comic book guy growing up. For a fat guy, I was a narrow geek. It was D&D was my geekdom. That was it, right? So that's all I ever did, But I heard somebody.
I can actually hear hail outside my door. Wow,
Jesus, really?
Yeah, that's very rare in Atlanta.
If we lose you, we'll continue it another day, guys. But
I was just letting you know in case I disappear again.
Yeah. Well, I heard somebody made an analogy that the OSR and 5e is the equivalent of like DC and Marvel. The DC with the Batman, Marvel versus, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Marvel has more of the high end characters, right? The more gadgets and gizmos and powers and all that stuff. So it's I think that makes sense.
I think that fits with the Batman Superman axis also. That that Batman is a good character living in a horrible world.
Yeah,
and he's struggling to create some modicum of good things within that horrible world. And Superman assumes that the world is good inherently and that evil is an aberration to that.
Interesting.
And I think that is a really important, that there's a lot of people that fall on the opposite sides of that axis. And I think that explains a lot of their differentials. That's what, think about, Christopher just mentioned Dark Sun in the chat. Like, there's people who like Dark Sun and there's people who like Friendship is Magic 5th edition stuff. Those the two shall not meet.
No,
they will not meet. Yeah.
Even within the OSR, there's been a fracturing, though. I mean, back in the day, we were all on blogs, and then we're boards, then blogs, then Google Plus, and then Google Plus went away, and it was the great. It was like in Dune when Leto let go of all the threads and everybody just scattering into the universe. It's like that's what happened. And we got like I'm trying to figure this out because I don't know all the fucking terminology. There's the DIY crowd, there's the new SR crowd, there's the Bro SR crowd, there's the indie game crowd. I mean, I don't know the hell the differences. Do you? Do you know what these people are?
I know some of those. I'm familiar with the Bro SR. I think I know what the new SR is.
The Bro SR. What is that?
The Bro SR is a group of guys, particularly on Twitter. I think they're also on some blogs. I don't look at blogs anymore, but they play AD&D in a very classic style. Jeffro Johnson is.
That's the Jeffro fucker guy.
That's the Jeffro thing.
All right.
Advocates a particular style of play. And
like Gygax did it, right? Even though Gygax never followed the goddamn player's handbook. So what the hell are they talking about?
Now, the thing that I think is going on there is that, and I mean this not disrespectful to either side. Yeah. I think they're playing two different games. They're playing an open West Marches type style where there's patrons, where they're managing one-to-one time. And the experience that they have at the table is so radically different from what conventional, for lack of a better term, role-playing game play is, that neither side can really talk to the other because even when they use the same terms, they mean different theme.
Really? So I don't know much about it. I just heard
they just talk past each other.
Yeah, interesting.
They can't. They talk in a way like they can't understand why having one-to-one time wouldn't work for most people's games, and they say, well, you should just change the whole way you play your game and adopt one-to-one time. And there's just a lot of people who are just like, it's so different. I feel like I wouldn't even be playing the same game anymore. So I think it's very difficult for people across that big of a divide to have a conversation. Just like if somebody who was really into Vampire was telling you that you needed to change your D&D game to have kind of coterie play and characters moving in and out, and you had all these politics and things that are added to the game that you're like, why would I even put that in my game? Like, it's just so different that it doesn't make sense. It's
not D&D to me.
So I think both sides are doing great things. I think they both sides, the regular conventional OSR or whatever, and the ROSR, they're both having fun. They're doing a cool thing.
That's all that matters. That's all. Ultimately, it's on the end of the day. I mean, it's just that Jeff Rowe and all those peeps love that. Good, have a blast. I don't understand it, but that's cool.
I do think that the weakness, and this is not a weakness like a moral weakness or anything, but in terms of a coherence and a community weakness, there's no need for product when you're playing a patron style game where all the content is being created by players through patrons, and you have one-to-one time, and you're using a game that's available for free. So what happens is there's nobody with an interest in financial interest in creating community coherence and bringing that stuff together. So I feel like that's why it doesn't have there's nobody who has an incentive to market for it because there's no market.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
And like I said, that's not a judgment on them. I mean, that's totally fine. There's also no market for a lot of things that people. There's no bridge companies that are advocating that people play bridge again in their homes. There's no canasta market. It's the same thing. It can be canasta. I'm not a canasta player, but it sounds okay. If you think canasta is the greatest thing ever, that's wonderful for you. But there's nobody who has an incentive to talk to people about how great canasta is because there's no money in canasta. Right?
Exactly.
So it's the same thing. Like that, because there's more money in quilting or knitting or stuff like that because there's actually something to buy to put together. So I just feel like it's, I don't want to use the word doom, but it's inherently limited in its scope because it has to be propagated by individual contact. There's no corporate, there's not even small business function behind it. Even if you just had small creators, you would have more information spread.
Now, what's the new SR thing? Do you know what the hell that is?
My understanding is that is people, and I could be totally wrong about this, but my understanding is that's people who are playing the OSR type stuff, but they're bringing like a more 5e culture to it.
So is that ShadowDark, you think? Is that new SR?
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong by that. I'll just say that's kind of the thought that I have, but I don't have any hard view on that.
What about like indie and DIY? Are they the same thing? Do you know?
DIY to me is the people who are making their own terrain, minis, physical objects that they're making, tables. They're the kind of people who put together dwarf forge type stuff. And I think that's great. To me, the payoff is not there. Like the amount of work to put into making foam terrain and painting it and shaping it and all that stuff is just not. I don't play enough at the table.
I would
for
love
that
to. I have thousands of
worthwhile.
minis in the closet. I have stuff back here. I've been getting all these. You know, this how first edition the Whiz Kids people have they're putting out the AD&D Monster Manual monsters already pre-colored. I just got a new one coming. I just ordered. It's going to be coming. The S&T I think are coming up soon. But these are the only ones that are colored. Everything else I buy is those Whiz Kid ones, and they're all white. And I tried to paint them once, and they all came out like shit. So they look better white, unpainted, than if I tried to paint them. That's how bad of an artist I am with that kind of crap. So I'm just better off.
I went through a period where I painted maybe 20, 30 Battletech minis. Okay. I really like Battletech. But the problem is, and I've learned this about myself, do not, if you're going to try to get into something crafty, let's say as a general rubric, do not fill your social media feed with people who are doing it way fucking better than you. You know, because if you make your Battletech mini and you paint that thing and you're like, all right, this is good, and then you open up your phone and you scroll through hundreds of people with perfect fucking minis, and you're like, God damn, I suck at this. That is fucking demoralizing, man.
That's what I said before. My brother kicking my ass 2 years younger than me playing video games. I tapped out. Can't do it. Not gonna happen. You know. Yeah. So all right. So we all, you were commenting on 5e before. You don't like it, right? What is it that you don't like about it? What about, especially comparing it to the OSR ethos and ethic and everything? You know what I mean? What does 5e have that the OSR doesn't have that's good, and what is bad? Is there anything good about 5e or?
Well, it's and I have not. I'll come clean. I have never played in a game of 5e. I've never played in a game of 4e.
I call that the living abortion of D&D.
Because I had, like I said, fool me once. Yeah. That's it. And I'm not going to give these people my money, but I'm not going to buy the stuff. I'm not going to read the stuff. I have a few pirated copies of some books that I was given by the PDF Fairy, and I use them only for reference. You know, like. There's a 4E Dark Sun book, right? And I wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything in there that I didn't know about. So I got it, and I read, I didn't play it. I would never play 4th edition. So it's that kind of. I've never played in it, 5th edition either. But my understanding, and the reason why I have no desire to get into it either, is that it is the opposite of all kinds of stuff that ShadowDark has been bringing, and every time people bring that up in the ShadowDark community, they reinforce that. What do you know? I was right about this. Combat is resolved extremely slowly instead of incredibly fast. Character creation is incredibly slow compared to instantaneously with one click on the website. Everything about ShadowDark that I like, 5th edition is the opposite of that. And so I have no desire to play. I have no FOMO. I'm not missing out on anything. I don't worry about it at all. Never even think about it.
I thought you would
except to laugh when they.
I thought you had played back in the day on that Saturday night game. I remember, was it Shane who ran it through a game?
That was the play test, and that was not what 5e.
No, I remember thinking I kind of liked some of this, but I was drunk, so I don't remember, 12, 15 years ago, whatever the hell it was, right? I mean, whenever 10 years ago. It had to be 10 years ago when it came out. It was the play test 14.
Yeah. I tried to find this post because everything on Google Plus is obliterated. But I had written an open letter to Wizards of the Coast as a huge post on Google Plus. This was back when I had 9,000.
You were kind of rocking it because you would put out the game.
Yeah, I was one of the biggest.
Yeah. You had Ambition and Avarice was your first game that you put out.
Yeah, and so I had made this open letter, and I basically pointed out all these things that they were fucking up, and of course they are still doing all of those things. My letter had no impact at all. But because I wrote that letter and it got huge amount of reshares, I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands, and I got an invite to do the 5e playtest, and I was basically put in a bind in that I had just criticized them, you know, and they're saying, "Hey, we'll play this thing." So I have honor and morality, so I said, "Okay, I'll try this.
I know you gotta have that code."
Yeah, I just kicked you in the balls, so if you hand me this, I'll do it. And that was when I recruited the dream team, basically.
But I wasn't there, Greg. I had joined the very session after you had all said fuck 5e.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
And I think Shane Ward ran us through a game once back then, and I was like, "Oh, it ain't that bad." But no, I never played any of yours because I knew Eric forever, but it was through the blogs and Google Plus. Then he said, "We got the Saturday Night Game Group, blah blah blah. You want to jump in?" Yeah, I think he invited me. I invited myself. I don't know how it went down, but you know, so we ended up jumping in there and just playing every Saturday with all you guys. It was fun. It was a good time.
Well, we played it for several weeks, and eventually everybody they just collectively they were like, "We don't want to play this. It sucks." And I wrote an email back to them and I said, every single person in my game group said they don't want to play this anymore. So I can't help you, you know. And I said, I can't.
Who really is that? Was it Mike Merles?
You know? I think it was somebody like, if it wasn't him, it was somebody like, I mean, like, because I had been a little, I don't want to say intimidated, but kind of interesting that they had sent somebody like that to reach out to me.
They reached out to Pundit and Zach Smith too, remember? So I guess they maybe didn't give us such a shit review as you did, and they just ended up being on their play test list and giving comments. And
maybe
you know,
that's
so next
what
thing
happened.
you know, then now they're off the list because you know, bullshit. But yeah. So all right, so
I gave him a fair shake though. My conscience was clean.
So then you started back in the Google Plus days when you hit my radar with Ambition and Avarice. That was your first edition.
That was the first game that I released.
Okay, that was the first thing it was when you hit my radar. Was then the Google Plus, the Saturday Nights, Ambition and Avarice, and all that stuff. What?
I had written 7 games that I had done
seriously
for free as kind of learning experiences, and I did them for free because I could write people who were artists. I went through deviantart.com. And I would just look for art pieces, and then I would write to them, and I would pick pieces that were like speed paints or practice things or whatever that I felt like they wouldn't care if somebody was using it. And I found ways to use it as like, because I do layout design for work, so I found ways to use they look good, they were good paintings, but they were just kind of speed painty, impressionistic, lower polish paintings, and I incorporated that into I think it was like 6 or 7 free games that I released just as a way of practicing the art for a while, and then I wrote
writing RPG. You mean, or the right of so
the art of doing it.
Why? It sounds like you wanted to practice just so you could put out some good thing. Why did you say, hey, you know what? I want to publish my own shit. What made you get to that point? Why and when did you do that?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you did freeze for a second, but I hear you. I thought I stumped you maybe. You hear me? Uh-oh, we're freezing. Yo, we're here. Yeah, you're back.
Is it back now? Hey. All right, so I felt like, well, I already kind of knew about the 10,000 hour rule type for getting better, and I knew that I wasn't going to start out awesome, so I just wrote the stuff for free for a while in order to practice, get better at doing. Making the game.
Why did you want to publish RPGs? Period. What in you said, I want to publish some stuff?
Okay. I have a ton of stuff that I am creating or writing or doing all the time anyway. And I didn't want it to just be for my own game, right? My Saturday night, right? My whatever game I was running at that time. And so writing it down so that I would have all that content in a way that wouldn't vaporize and be lost forever.
Okay.
And so, so that was, the main, I just have a ton of creative output all the time. And so it was just a way of capturing it and focusing it into something. I was going to be spending time, for years I spent time making mods for video games. And the problem is that eventually the video game goes away.
Yeah, nobody's playing it. Yeah.
Unless it's a game like Skyrim that lives forever almost at this point. But almost all video games, if you wrote a ton of mods for Neverwinter Nights, which I did, it's gone. It's gone. Nobody's playing Neverwinter Nights anymore. So by writing it in terms of role-playing games, it became something that I controlled and I could move forward on my own without being connected to another game like Neverwinter Nights.
Okay. All right. So then you had this idea for Ambition and Avarice was going to be your big heartbreaker RPG, right? You wanted to get that out there. What about it? Let me put it this way. Is there something in all your products that lets everybody know that it's yours? Like, this is a great Christopher Chubby Funster product. What is it about your stuff that lets anybody fix it? Oh, this is obviously like, a Raji thing when you see it, right? What is it about yours?
I don't know what that is. If somebody could tell me, I'm open-minded to it.
All right. Okay.
The thing that I wrote Ambition, the reason why I wrote Ambition and Avarice was because I really liked Adventure Conquer King.
Yeah.
One, back this is a long time ago. And I didn't like all of he didn't call them feats, but they're feats, proficiency. And so he had aspects of the system that I really liked, particularly the calling things a throw and having it be like 15 plus.
I hated that. I hated the phrase throw. I remember talking to Tavis Allison and Tavis, call it a fucking roll. You're confusing the shit out of me. What the hell is a throw?
I'm sorry that your brain is broke.
I can't do it.
Yeah. So I came up with this idea of having a set of throws different from a saving throw, because we already have a saving throw and there's like 5 of them or whatever. And I was like, so what if you had a system where there were saving throws and then there were dungeon throws, and that was how you did all of your thief skills, right? So a fighter might start out with just a 17 plus, so he has a low chance of picking this lock or doing whatever, but he could try.
Yeah.
And then if you were good, you could bring that throw down to a 13 or to a 10, and then you could be really good at it. So that was kind of the genesis of Ambition and Avarice 1. And then I started going, okay, well, if I do that, everybody loves fighter thieves. It's like one of the number one multi-classes, right? Yeah. So I was like, all right, so what if I make all of the non-magic using classes basically fighter thief, different types of fighter thieves, right? Okay. And I had like a brigand who leaned more towards fighter.
Yeah.
I had a savage who leaned more towards fighter.
Yeah.
And then I had, I think I might be confusing this with 2nd edition one, but a knave and spy type character like that were more like a thief, but they had enough fighter in them to hold their own in a combat, decent health or whatever. So there were basically fighter thieves, and then all of the spellcasting classes, which I can't remember exactly how the spellcasting worked in Ambition Avarice 1 because I blew it all out for Ambition Avarice 2. There's tons and tons of spells in Ambition Avarice 2.
It's a big ass book.
Yeah, it's big.
There on the shelf. Yeah, it's a heavy book.
I'm gonna do a Rob reach.
Oh, we got a Rob reach around.
I have a copy of Ambition and Avarice 2 right here.
I'm going to embiggen you. You have been embiggened.
Yeah. My webcam sucks, so I'm just blurry bigger. But yeah, so this game, and this is a fat game. Yeah,
it is.
It is. And there's just tons and tons of spells in here. And I focused on making them. This is the magic chapter. And I focused on making them very different and new compared to what was in existing D&D, OSR, Labyrinth Lord, whatever you're doing. And I had tons. So like each of these pages, this is first level spells and second level spells.
Yeah.
Right. This, first level spells over here, second level spells. Right. So huge spell lists with tons and tons of utility magic and all kinds of stuff like that. So I really blew out all of the system. And this is maybe this is
right here, man.
Yeah, maybe this is the Chubby Funster differentiation. Is that I'll find a thing.
The Chubby Funster differentiation? That sounds like the name of a Big Bang Theory episode.
Yeah. The Chubby Funster differentiation is I'll find a thing that is currently done up to a 5 or a 6, and I will do that thing out to an 11. Right. So we've got Kelsey, fantastic shadow, great stuff. I went through all this stuff and tried to embiggen it. Okay, well, we've got an equipment list here. We're gonna blow that equipment list out, man. We're gonna add
the one out of this book and ShadowDarkified it, right? Yeah. I mean, that's really what you did, right?
Yeah,
it was already there. Well,
that's what I do. I find a thing that you've done a D20 table for, and I'll do a D100 table for. That is what I will do.
Yeah. I actually, for the interview, I purchased 2 of your products. I purchased ShadowSun and the Player's Companion, and I open it up. And first, I can't show because it's fucking watermarked. Maybe if you want to show it, you can. But yeah, table after table after table. This is a great Christopher product.
Let me
tables galore, baby.
I can pull up my version of the Player's Companion.
Jeffro is the Lord of ShadowDark. Why the hell that?
I don't know why Jeffro doesn't make his posts public, so I have no idea what Jeffro's even doing these days.
Yeah, I don't know fuck he is. I don't know who that guy is.
He's gone into a monastery of ballroom dancing. Is the last thing I heard.
Monastery, yeah.
Yeah. So here's the Player Companion.
All right. Let me if I can figure out how to share it. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Screen share. I turn it on here. Whoa, look at that, baby. Okay, I'm gonna hide the chat so we can see it better, guys.
Okay.
All right, if I can figure that out. Overlay is gone. There we go.
Yeah, so this is just the table of contents. So I added all some of these ancestries, like human, are they're just there so you don't have to go back to the original book, right? But all these ancestries, all these classes, tons and tons of stuff for equipment.
Yep.
Right. So like in the ShadowDark core book, there's like one table with less than 20 items for gear, right? Because she's trying to keep it simple and tight. I get it. This is the adventuring gear table for the Player's Companion, right?
Yep.
Full D100 table plus all the descriptions of all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Right. And all of it has an actual game impact.
Yeah.
Right? So you can buy a lanyard and use it to make so you can't be disarmed. The weapon just hangs from your wrist instead of flying away. Right. You can have mirrors to reflect gaze attacks. That's in her base in the game, but no manacles. That's a big thing for me. I like to take prisoners.
Absolutely. You like the bondage. I know.
And so every one of these things has some type of in-game effect that you can use.
Yeah, I do. That's what I liked. I liked really about Ambition Avarice too. Was I said it back then. You got the best gear lists in any RPG. That's good.
And a lot of these poisons stuff were taken out of Ambition and Avarice, because I wrote this stuff like right when ShadowDark came out. I converted a lot of stuff over from Ambition and Avarice, and then the spell catalysts came from Ambition and Avarice. Of having all of these things where if you have the catalyst when you're casting a spell, it affects the duration of the spell. You know, extra damage for acid arrow if you've got a sprig of anise, or if you've got black current when you get a luck token from bless, which is a spell in ShadowDark. It gives you luck token instead of the traditional like OD&D second edition D&D type bless effect, right? Instead, it gives you advantage when you use the bless token to re-roll, right? So you don't have to have black current to cast bless, but it makes it better. I've always hated spell components from a being required standpoint. I think that's dumb. I think it should be that it makes the spell better.
I like that too. I like that idea. That makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, it's a big pain in the ass. But if you want to add them in as a bonus, you got to find them, buy them, whatever. It's a good bonus. Dude, I got to say, we got 104 people watching that we can track. That's not counting the Rumble and the Twitch people. So, Jesus Christ.
A lot coming from Twitter.
There are. You got 80 of these.
Twitter. Yeah.
80 are you, and 24 plus a few more are me. So maybe 30 me, 80 you. You're killing it, dude. So anybody who's watching, thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. You're probably seeing the Chubby Funster himself for the first time, judging by the reaction. Nobody's ever seen the man before.
That's not true. I used the camera in a podcast with it was Ultra American.
Okay.
You know him.
All right.
And Ultra American TTRPG, I think is his handle.
Okay.
It's a long handle. I can never remember things. I'm bad with names, but I've used it in a couple of other. But I just I don't have a good webcam. I don't care. I don't understand why people take pictures of themselves and post them on the internet. That's just the way I am.
My Instagram, my personal Instagram is all about pictures of like the stars and the sunsets and nature and hummingbirds, and that's my Instagram feed. I don't. There's no pictures of me on there at all.
Yeah, this may be the maybe the most controversial opinion of the night. Because unfortunately it ends up being gendered. I don't even think of it as being gendered, but I think that there are two types of people in role-playing games. There are people who are here to fucking play role-playing games and to enjoy them and to get into the details of them and have fun playing the fucking game. And then there are people who are using role-playing games as a skin suit for whatever attention-seeking bullshit they are doing. And this is how I feel about cosplayers. I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings, cosplayers. I don't give a shit about whether you're wearing a costume from Star Wars or Harry Potter or whatever the fuck you're doing. I don't care. Like, that's great for you. I'm here to if I'm here to do Star Wars, I'm here to get into Star Wars. I don't want to see your cosplay shit or your posts about pictures of you doing. I don't care. I care about the content. I care about the material.
I don't understand that either. But
it doesn't even make sense to my brain. Maybe I'm autistic in that way. Like it's something. Why are you here for attention? I'm not here for attention to myself as a person. I'm here for doing the thing. I like doing the thing.
When I was at a couple of months ago, I went to a convention in Massachusetts. Jesus Christ, I always forget the name of it. It's right over the border, a couple hours away. And I knew Eric and Rachel were going to be there, so I suddenly popped in. It wasn't planned.
ShireCon?
No, ShireCon's the one in Connecticut. It's the other one up there in goddamn Massachusetts. His name I always forget. Jesus. I'll figure it out before the end of the night. But I went there just on the whim. It was like, I'm not doing anything. It's a Friday night. What the hell? I'll drive up, And so I stopped and I got there around about 7:30. And Eric was eating dinner. I didn't bug him. I was at the bar. And I looked behind me from the bar, and there's like people playing at the table. And there's a guy wearing a kilt and a bunny tail and bunny ears and like some clogs with socks and hairiest legs I've ever seen in my life, and I don't understand it. And I know, Brazier, and I'm like, I don't under, and he's a DM, you know, and I just didn't understand the need for the DM to dress up like anything, because I get you want to dress up like your character, you know what I mean? I just didn't understand the DM dress up.
Well, what you said kind of gets maybe to the heart of it for me. Like, I care about what's going on in your brain.
Con. Thank you, Michael.
I don't care. Yes. Yeah, I don't care about what's going on in your face, in your reality, in your body. I don't care. I don't care what you're wearing. I don't care who's looking at you. I don't care how popular you are. You could be the most popular fucking dumbass in the world. I don't care. You're a dumbass, and I'm not paying attention to you. Doesn't matter. That's
their own. I don't give a shit what you wear. I just didn't understand it. You know what I mean? I don't understand why the DM is dressing up as something that it's. I didn't.
That would factor into my point. They're doing it because they want the attention of doing that thing. Yeah. If you want my attention, write something awesome. Come up with an awesome idea. Do a thing. I don't want to look at you because you're wearing a peacock outfit.
I didn't get it.
It's just stupid.
Speaking of writing awesome, let's back to the topic at hand. What is your process, Greg? You got an idea for something. Do you have a process? What do you do?
My process is I outline everything on my phone for as long as I am in a kind of design phase. I just make a text file on my phone, and it starts out with like 10 lines of this is the first idea, and a lot of things never go past that.
Really?
Yeah. And then what'll happen is I'll be sitting around somewhere bored, and I don't put games on my phone because I know if I put games on my phone, that will be the end of me using it for anything else. So I'm sitting around waiting for an appointment, waiting for an airplane. I'm in transit somewhere and whatever. I do a lot of writing on vacations. My wife likes to sit on kind of a deck or something looking at the ocean. And sitting out there, I just sit there and write on my phone.
If she has a sister, let me know, dude. That's it. So your process is more sophisticated than this my prep.
Yeah, slightly. Yeah. And so then I'll write out a ton of stuff on the phone, and then eventually I'll email that to myself, and it will move into my computer when I have enough ideas that it's solid. And it moves into my computer, and then I open up an InDesign file.
You write in InDesign,
and I start doing.
You actually write the thing, and you don't do a word copy. A word.
I write it in InDesign.
I was kind of surprised when I heard that.
Correct. Yeah, I do not use Word. I hate Microsoft Word. Yeah, Microsoft Word is an abomination on earth. It's horrible, especially if you want to do anything. If you move a picture, it rearranges the formatting for your entire fucking documents. It's insane. So I put everything into InDesign, and then I think this is actually a way of avoiding writer's block, is that I'll begin creating the layout and then multiplying it out to create pages that have no content in them, but I know what the page is going to be. Right. So I know I'm going to need a treasure table for blah, blah, blah. I create the page with the treasure table and I put it in InDesign. Yeah. And then I build this frame for the book that is a contentless in a lot of ways. And then as I have ideas, I jump all around this document, plugging those ideas in because I'm not working on it in a linear fashion.
Interesting.
Right. Okay. So if I have an idea for the table on page 200, you losing me again?
No, you're good. No, you're good. I hear you. You still there?
Yep. Okay. Yeah. I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. So can you hear me?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. So because it's like that, if I get to I'm working on a particular thing, I can't figure out how I'm going to make a particular thing work. I just jump to another part of the book, and I start writing on another page.
That's interesting.
I start putting it all together. So yeah, the more it builds out, as I think, okay, well, because of what I wrote on this page, I'm going to then need a page that talks about X. Then I go build that page, and it's empty, but it's there. You know, if I know that I'm making, what?
It's like an outline. You're crafting an outline as you go.
Yeah, it's basically a frame outline. Yeah. Yeah. And then I just move all over that document, and I get writer's block on different things. You know, I can't make this particular class work. I can't make this particular trap table filled out the way I want. I just move on to another thing, and I come back to the other page when I'm ready.
Okay.
And so I just move all over the place intermittently.
Okay. All right. That works. Shit. Now, what do you use? I know you got InDesign. What other software or tools, whatever, do you use? I know you got a shit ton of images.
I use Photoshop for mapping.
All right.
Yeah, so I use Photoshop for mapping, and I make a ton of edits to images with Photoshop. Okay. Right. So ShadowDark uses a ton. It's all black and white imagery for most of my books. I like to occasionally throw in a color image in some things. Like Shadow Rim has a blue element to the layout, so it's a color book whether I'm using black and white art or not. But then occasionally I'll throw in something that's in color so that it pops. That particular thing really pops.
Ooh. Uh-oh. You're popping.
You hear me?
Yeah, you're good. There you are. You there? Greg's been having little weather issues here throughout the day, guys. So we'll wait for him to get back in. You hear us, Greg? Yep, you hear us?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, man. Okay. The storm stopped, so hopefully it's over.
That's good. Still here.
But, yeah. So I'll take images that are public domain. A lot of times you can do this with a color image, so nobody thinks that this is what you're going to do. And you take a color image, you go into Photoshop, you start applying all sorts of filter effects, turn things into a black and white photo. My logo for Chubby Funster is a color photo of me in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
and it's from Facebook, and all I did was I took it and I switched it into a black and white image. That's all it is. Yeah, so if you do that, then you can begin creating tons of art without having the overhead cost of commissioning tons of art.
I don't see your logo on your book, dude. Where is the Chubby Funster logo here?
Oh, I think I actually came out with that after the Ambition and Avarice too. This was kind of like the time frame when I started going to Twitter again.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I swore off social media after Google Plus fucked us for a long time. I mean, let's see, 2003. Yeah, I mean, probably 10 years I was off it because being on social media is so demanding. The more and more people are following you. Yeah, and it makes it so that if you have independent thoughts, you start to curtail them so that it makes people, so that you don't get pushback from people when you say the independent thoughts. Yep. And it just starts to corrode everything. So I made a commitment to myself when I restarted doing Twitter after Elon Musk bought Twitter. I said, okay, I'm going to go back to try this again if there's none of the shenanigans that was going on before Elon Musk bought Twitter. Yeah. But I'm not going to talk about politics. I'm not going to talk about anything that's going to get people jazzed up. Not because I don't like politics or having thought. I just don't want to deal with their bullshit every day. Yeah. Having somebody who doesn't know fuck about shit telling me what they are certain is the truth on subjects where I'm a fucking expert. I have PhD level research on a particular subject, and this guy who read a Wikipedia page for 2 minutes is going to lecture me about how currency issues work or some shit like that. Fuck off. I don't give a shit. So I don't talk about any of that shit on Twitter. The closest I come is occasionally I make a comment, not a post of my own, but a reply to somebody else's post where I'm kind of vaguely supportive, or I make a quip or a joke or whatever. But if anything starts off on that shit, I don't reply. I don't do anything. I was just letting the person who posted it know that I agree with them. You know, somebody I'm following or whatever. But then I just walk away. I don't give a fuck. And I don't think that it's possible to sustain your mind as an independent person and be constantly dealing with all that shit.
I agree. If it's toxic, it just your fucking vitality out of you.
Because you want the attention of these people. That's why you're there, because you want the interaction.
Yeah.
So in order to get more interaction, you start to bend yourself in order to make yourself more palatable to people. And that's why why people in Hollywood are fucking nuts.
Yes.
That's why people who are in the public eye, it just warps their brain. Because you cannot maintain a boundary around yourself in that environment.
Once you create a certain image, or once people have a certain image of you, that whether you created it or not, you need to always keep that image going. And if you ever veer out of that image, people hate you, and they don't know he's a traitor, he's this, he's that, whatever. I vowed to myself, and I'm going to say it again. I started this channel. I am just going to be me, and that's it. As I am. Greg knows me outside this little fucking YouTube world. We played D&D for 10 years together. Am I any different in person than I am on my channel at all?
Not that I've noticed.
That's it. No. You know what I mean? So that's I am being myself, and that's all I'm ever going to be. I may change, I may evolve, but I'm always going to be me, because I think that with all the phony ass bullshit with Facebook, everybody posting pictures of like the happy, perfect little fucking Christmas, when you know that this one's cheating on that one, and this one beat their kid yesterday, and this one got arrested the other day, and they got the fucking picture in front of the goddamn Christmas tree with the whole family there. It's complete horseshit, right?
Yeah.
And everybody on YouTube, all these big YouTubers, right? Most all of them, they are polished. They are production values. They are high res. They have a shtick. They got a skit. They're you know what I mean? I'm like, I can't do that. That's not me. I don't. Number one, I don't have the skill set. Don't give a fuck about the skill set to learn how to do all that bullshit. And in my mind, I like people who are real and authentic. So I'm like, I'm just going to be myself. People like me. They like me. They don't.
Especially in the age of, we're moving into this age of AI.
Yeah.
Where
yeah.
How fucked up are you if you're spending your day posting on social media, getting comments from bots that have been shaping your personality?
Yes. To make a bot. To make some goddamn bot, exactly. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to be me, myself, and I am going to pour Maker's Mark some, because I'm being me. This is take it or leave it. This is what I'm at. Now, speaking of where I'm at, where Greg is at. Greg is
I recently hit a new level on Twitter where I started getting a different kind of bot. So ever since I had about 600 followers on Twitter, I got the porn bot. That starts out pretty early, right? And all they do is they start liking things, because they want you to see their like and then click on their profile or whatever.
Okay.
And I just laugh and walk out. I mean, aside from maybe 5 or 6 women that I know are RPG creative type people, if someone named Leslie and Chandra are with hot bikini pics are liking my. I know you're not a real person. Fuck off. Yeah, whatever.
If you're an attractive woman, generally, I don't accept the friend request, because I know you don't play in D&D.
Yeah,
I'm only sorry, it's just the rule. I may be missing that one attractive woman who plays D&D, but I just delete. Don't block them.
But I changed recently, because I just crossed 1,000.
All right.
I go over 1,000 to like 1,003, and then they kill a few bots, and I'm down to like 997, and then I go. But that's where I am like today, like right now.
Well, I just shared your link on YouTube. I shared it on Rumble, and I shared it on Twitch.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah.
So everybody who wants to go join his Twitch, his Twitter /X channel. You check him out there. You can join and put him over 1,000 again. And if you want to join mine, all my links are below, guys. YouTube videos galore. Doing a whole series and this and that, and then there's membership levels if you want to join that. But at least click the like button and subscribe. Helps the whole algorithm and all that bullshit. I'm closing in on 3,500. So all right, pimping myself here.
So I started getting people, and the first couple of times it happened, I went to their profile and that I figured out what was happening, and then I was like, okay, now I don't even look at it. But I'll make a post, and then within the first 15 minutes, it's not instantly like a porn bot, but within the first 15 minutes, they'll post something like, "Good morning." So, I love your work. Like it's just very bland, whatever. And then when you go to the thing, you see it's a cryptocurrency bot or a person of some
cryptocurrency.
Yeah. They're selling some, ass coin or whatever the fuck they're talking about. And so I'm just like, whatever, I don't give a shit. And move on with my life. Like, this is what they do. And there are people, there really are people out there who are holding their tongue, who are changing their personality in order to get more popular with automated fucking systems.
Exactly.
And it's ridiculous. Exactly. I don't even know what these people's motivations could possibly be. It's just ridiculous.
I'm never going to do that. I'm never going to use here's what I'll do with AI, right? I'll do research on AI and I'll create images on AI. But like the only images I would ever use in a product with AI is like the monster manual monsters, a quick little fucking orc.
Well, even if you do it, like it comes out in a way that if you have any experience with it, you can tell. Like, you can tell Grok. You can say, make a black and white line art sketch of a blah blah blah, and you can trick it. And there's things like if you don't put a bird in the background, it'll cut off their feet. So you say put a bird in the background, so it zooms out enough that you can see their feet. All these little tricks, and you can get yourself like a reasonable approximation. They'll typically be holding the weapon in a way that is completely unrealistic and impossible. They'll be doing all kinds of shit. But if you work at it for several hours, you can create an image that when you put in your book, everyone will know it was AI. And I have no desire to do that. I'm no desire at all. I have stock art that I've purchased from drive-thru.
You did a lot of that stock art stuff.
Yeah,
I was thinking AI would simpler, but if you're saying it's that fucking hard, then the hell with AI. I'm not going to do art with AI. But what I'll use it for is research. But that's pretty much it. I'm not going to use it to write a goddamn thing. That's
Yeah, I mean, it maybe if after months of developing the skill at doing it, you could come up with prompts that would reliably create what you want, but it would still always be in the same particular style, and the style is obvious, right? So it's like, there are certain artists that you can just tell, even if you've never seen the piece before, like, oh, that was clearly made by that artist.
Something,
and that's what it is. So like I can tell. I've seen people post images before. I've seen stuff, and I'm like, oh, I can instantly tell that was made by Grok, right? And I haven't played around with some of the other generators as much. I've used Grok because I have
me too. That's why that's the reason.
That's the only reason. And so knowing that, I'm like, okay, well, do I want to spend money and try and figure this out after 10 hours of investment that the exact same thing happens with Midjourney or whatever? I don't know.
If it's that hard, then hell with images. I thought it might be simpler. Maybe in a year or two when I'm actually getting the monsters in a monster manual, it might be better. But for now, then I'll go to stock art route. So you got stock art, you got InDesign, you got Photoshop for maps and images, image fuckery, right? You write in InDesign, you don't use Word. You don't use Kickstarter either, do you? You've never done a Kickstarter.
No, I described it before that I'm vertically integrated. To go back to, I mean, I'm an economics person trained. I control all of the inputs. Stock art. Even I'm buying it and then I own it. I'm not relying on anyone to produce it. I have this stable of stock art. I have a friend who's in my Saturday night group. He wrote Maelstrom Island, which is an expansion to Terra Invictus for ANA 2, which is, both of them are currently hidden from public because I didn't want any anybody to get mistaken with brand identity between the Terra Invictus that I just launched for ShadowDark. But I'm going to make them visible again.
Okay.
Oh, it says I'm missing again.
You're there. You're just freezing up. I hear you talking, but you're freezing up. You're freezing up. Oh, he's a little frozen. He's a little frozen. Yeah. So, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Christopher's an artist.
Okay, yeah. So, so I had, I had made these two products invisible, but David wrote this stuff, and I had handed him my folder for all the stock art that I have.
Dave Prez?
Yeah, Dave P. Okay. I know I'll pronounce his name wrong, so I'm not.
I can't either.
Yeah, it's a Polish name. But yeah, he wrote this PRZYBY. How I speak of it in my head, I don't know. I'm wrong, but he's awesome. But yeah, he wrote a thing for ANA2's Terra Invictus, and I'll make it public again maybe in like a month after kind of Terra Invictus's launch has gone down for ShadowDark. But he wanted to do it under my label because he had never published anything before, and I was that's totally fine. So I gave him all the InDesign files he would need, and I gave him a zip file of all the stock art that I had paid for. So I was like, all you have to do is put it in the credits of the book, and then we're fine. And he was amazed at how, the breadth, because basically all the money that I made off of ANA1, I just turned it into stock art. Because here's the trick. This is the real trick. Uncle Sam does not know that you have sold anything at all on DriveThruRPG until you turn it into cash. As long as it is an accounting number on their website, it does not exist.
I remember talking to you about that, and I was saying, I thought you got it. I thought you get nailed when you earned it, not when you take the draw.
No, because until they write the check, it's store credit, basically, right? So I made a couple $1,000s off of ANA1, and I just turned it right back around and bought tons and tons and tons of stock art, so that it would, because that was my long-term plan, was to keep buying enough stock art to where I got to each time I make a project, I don't have to buy a ton of new stock art. I might have to buy a few pieces. I recently, like within the last week recently, commissioned a couple of pieces for an upcoming project, which sadly for you, I'm not going to talk about on here yet. But sorry, it's just the way it is. But it was the first time I'd ever had, because I had to pay for it because I needed the specific fucking thing that I couldn't get it in.
Is it the one with the pole dancers?
No.
Oh
no. But the guy who I commissioned it from, I had bought almost every single piece he has on DriveThruRPG as stock art, and I went to him and I said, I love the stuff that you do. I need this. And we worked out a price, and it did it that way. But until you take it off of DriveThruRPG, until you say, because they have a thing, it just sits on your account until you either take it out by PayPal or you have them write you a check.
I have $1.13.
Oh,
in my drive-through account, because based on you and Tim and what you're telling me about all this shit, I'm like, maybe if I'm reviewing a product, what's the harm in putting a drive-through?
Put an affiliate link. Yeah.
So I created these affiliate links on drive-through on Facebook for USA Facebook, and if I talk about something, I mean, if you want to buy it anyway, and you learned about it from my show, nobody's making a fucking fortune off of this, guys. You know what I mean? But so I figured if I can make a few bucks.
Eric's the king of it, as far as I know, and he's still not. I mean, it pays for products that he's going to buy just to shit on, so that he doesn't feel bad about having spent his own money on it.
That's honestly it. I mean, all the money that Eric makes, and he probably, I'm guessing, I have no inside knowledge here. Let's say it's a few $100 a month between YouTube views, affiliate links, all the other things, the promos, all that shit that he gets a little bit of piece of. You know what I mean? Super chats or membership levels and all that. I don't think he has a Patreon anymore. Let's say it's a few $100 a month. He plows it back into the show. I mean, because restream costs you money. You know, if you have a web page, it's costing you money. If you're buying products to review, it's costing you money. If you're going to a con or something, anything extra goes right to the con expense. So there's not a lot of money in this goddamn game. Anything I've made off of Facebook so far, I took one cash out of like $100 when I beat Matt's ass or something like that, and it cost me an extra 130 with the fucking income tax people to put the $100 in there.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Yeah,
it's fucking stupid. So I'm like,
as long as you leave it on there, it's tax free. And so I just plowed thousands of dollars back into stock art.
Yeah,
I have a huge folder of stock art.
Yeah,
and it's been great. It's been great. You know, a lot of people crap on drive-through RPG. It's been really effective.
But why not managing right for the buzz? You know, let's say let's pretend Kelsey had her book done. Everything could have been just put into drive-through RPG, and she could have sold it. Kickstarter gives her a buzz. And there's no.
Oh, I totally agree with that. Yeah.
Right. So why not do it for the buzz alone?
Well, I am moving forward on that with the project that I'm not telling you about is because it's going to be a Kickstarter.
All right.
But there's two factors. One is there's a lot more, not just money investment, but time investment from the person doing it. You have to do a lot of marketing and talking and advertising work, and that's very draining for me, kind of psychologically. I hate going around and bugging people about shit.
Do you mean if you do a Kickstarter, there's a lot of marketing?
Yeah. Like, and Kelsey had her wife is fantastic at doing that stuff. Like, so that was a huge asset for her. People talk about that all over the place.
Yeah.
My wife is a very successful business person. She does not do internet marketing. I lost. You know, it's just the way it is. Yeah. But yeah, I've had some people that I know who can tell me what I should do, but then I'm going to have to learn new systems, do all this stuff, put all this time into it. And it's a thing that like I said, I hate dealing with it. I hate going up to somebody and saying, "Hey, have you heard about my thing?" It just, I don't like it.
What did you have to learn, Greg, when you started doing this? I know that you knew InDesign, and I know you knew Photoshop. What did you have to learn to say, I'm going to be a publisher, and here's what I need to do? In other words, I want to be a publisher. How did you get from here's what I know, here's what I need to learn to become a publisher? What did you need to do to get there? What was your up ramp?
You have to go on drive-throughs. I don't know if it's in their FAQ or what, but there's like a part of drive-throughs page where it tells you you have to follow these steps in order to become a publisher.
I just mean drive-through. I mean everything.
Oh, I'm getting it. I'm gonna get it. So one of the things that they have like in the list is that you have to have a product ready to go to put up for $1 sale. You can't have just one free product. You have to have an actual paid product, right? So that was one of the early impetuses for me to move to a paid product, is because doing the free stuff, I couldn't move up to that. So let's say you want to make the document. So first you need some kind of publishing software. Like I use InDesign. I haven't actually paid for Adobe Suite in my entire life. I don't know, because I get it for free through work. So that is an advantage for me. Adobe costs money, costs a lot of money. But there are free programs out there. Tim uses, I don't know if he uses Publisher anymore, but he did use Publisher.
He loves it. No, he hates it, but he uses it for some reason.
Yeah, there's other stuff you can use that's free. You can use Microsoft Word if you enjoy pain. But
you're a masochist. Use Word.
So you have to. There's a creative.
While Greg waxes loquacious, I will pee. I'll be right back.
Right,
Continue.
All right. So you have to create a PDF. That's the bottom line, because you're going to need a PDF that you're going to put up on drive-through in order to sell for some amount of money. That's the minimum requirement for them to let you have a publisher account. So you take, let's say it's in Microsoft Word, just to make it easy as hell. So you have something in Microsoft Word. There's a writing component that you have to do. or you could pay people to do if you want to take all your profits and flush it down the drain. So you have somebody write the thing, you write the thing. You have art that you need to put in it. You can choose not to put art in it, and people will make fun of how terrible your product is. That's just a reality.
Can I bounce back? When I was draining the vein, I heard you say Adobe. What do you do with Adobe other than produce it in Adobe? Do you have to learn how to make character sheets in Adobe that are form fillable?
Adobe is a serious lift the first time you use it, but you can learn. David P did not know how to do it at all, and he said he wanted to learn how to do it, and I sent him basically my templates, and he just learned how to do. I think we got on a Discord call where I shared my screen for like maybe 30 minutes.
Okay.
Although to be fair, my job is teaching people shit, and it's a digital thing, so maybe it'll take you longer than 30 minutes. Okay.
The funny thing here, you have all these fans. You have 128 people. I don't know. Let me see how many people are here from your. You have exactly 100 people from your ex. Now let me tell you something about Greg that will make you unsubscribe from his channel. All those work training videos that you have to.
Oh no, don't
put that. Yeah. He's the motherfucker who makes them.
I don't decide what goes in your work training. I would like that to be very clear. That is decided by people with power that I don't have.
You just lost 300 subscribers from X.
Yeah, I just make their vision a reality. But okay, so you, God damn. So you have, let's say you make a role playing game with no art. People will shit on you. If you want to know more about this, search up Condor DM RPG for a recent example of this kind of shit. So people do care about layout. People care about presentation.
Yeah.
So you really need to just, and like I said, not a 30-minute investment for sure, but that was my investment in putting it over. But you don't want to be Condor DM. You don't want to release something with no formatting and it looks like shit. Yeah, people are not gonna be kind.
I don't know who that is.
This guy, he had to leave Twitter because people were ragging him so bad. He has a YouTube channel. Hey, Ultra, what's going on?
There he is.
I mentioned you earlier, by the way.
Yeah. I got Ultra American TTRPGs channel.
Yeah, and so yeah, I don't even. I just know this thing happened. I'm a peripheral person here, but a lot of people on X were ragging the shit out of this guy.
Right.
I published over 1,000 pages, I think, of formatless, basically like a brain dump that he dropped into Word. Don't do that. Don't do that, guys. But put it together nice. You know, Kelsey's talked openly about how she went through her design journey, and it was not scary, whatever you're imagining it is. And so you need to learn how to do basic layout. You're not going to be a pro layout person right from the beginning. You just not. But that's one of the reasons why I started 2010, making free games. It takes a long time to get good at stuff. The 10,000 hour rule is a real thing. You have to put in the time. Don't write your first RPG and publish it and say that you have discovered the greatest thing in role-playing games and people just have to be modest. Put forward a modest product. Your first release should not be 1,400 pages. It should be 50 pages, maybe. Keep it tight. Work on your skills. So
my thoughts on that, Greg, because I'm ramping up to publish an RPG.
I know. That's your secret. That's your secret motivation behind asking these questions. I know.
Well, that's why I'm doing all these interviews, because you're the first of hopefully many that I'm going to do, because I figure I want to know how this shit works, and I know I'm not the only one. But I'm lucky enough to have 10 people in my fucking phone chat that I could bounce things off of and ask questions of and say, does this layout look any good? And so I could avoid the Condor bullshit, right? But
I had a guy reach out. He reached out to Dungeons and Dyslexia, Adrian, the guy who runs. after my interview on there, and was just asking him what I even meant by getting stock art from Drive-Thru-RPG, and I had to basically go, open up Drive-Thru and just search for stock art warrior or whatever, and you'll get whatever you want. The amount of knowledge people have is they just aren't aware of it. That's
what I'm hoping to get in here, because somebody mentioned before, it's so helpful to understand your process. Everybody has a different process. Don't copy Greg. You just got to do what works for you. That's one thing I've learned along the way. But at the same time, there are some things you need to do. You do need to know. You need to make out a PDF. You need to know how to use a desktop publishing software. You may or may not need to know how to use Photoshop. But if you're going to do any sort of maps, you should use something like Incarnate or something like that. Whatever your skill level is, go for that skill level, right? So you try to figure it out. But what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to put a couple bullshit things up on, not bullshit. I'm going to try, they're going to be good, but it's stuff I already have. So bullshit means I'm not going to create something new. Like I have the whole town of Parnas. I'm going to reskin it, rename it, and put out a town out there, right, on Drive-Thru, so I could get practice with layout, formatting, make a few bucks and buy art with it, right? There's a lot, like you, I have a lot of things that I've made over the years that are just waiting to be put down on, in a PDF to be sold. So I'm going to learn layout like that for a while. And then eventually those skills, and you guys, will bounce things off of you guys to figure out, how's this look? Is it ready for prime time yet? And my goal.
Divert here, but Luke just asked in the chat, is Greg Gillespie wrong about ShadowDark RPG? Yes. I like Greg Gillespie a lot. Yeah, I really do. I think he does great work. I'm in his game in North Texas this year. I paid for
you're going. Yeah, you're going.
I'm gonna be in his game. I want to play in his game. I like Greg Gillespie.
Yeah,
he's totally wrong about this. I believe it's probably because of preconceived notions. I don't want to get into a personality conflict between me and Greg don't need to fight. Greg and Greg need to work together. But yeah, he's just wrong. He's just wrong. He's wrong. Yeah. It's great. It's fantastic. His game is fantastic. It's great.
I haven't played it. I have not played it, but I've
read it. I have not played it at the table. I'm going to be playing it at North Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait. I picked I think it's 7 games with people that I know will bring a unique view to what they're doing. I'm playing with Matt Pritchard from Black Lodge Games, who wrote Shucked Oyster. Right, he's running Shucked Oyster. I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to be I can't remember his name. Young Steve is everybody's nickname for him. His partner on Black Lodge. Okay. He's going to be running Vampire, and totally different. Yeah, Vampire the Masquerade. All right. I'm going to be running. I like Vampire. I'm going to be in Greg Gillespie's game. I'm going to be in a bunch of Glenn Hallstrom's running Gangbusters. I want to play in a game run by Glenn. I've talked to him before on YouTube stuff. I like Glenn. I want to get the authentic Glenn.
That's what I wanted. When I went to TotalCon just before COVID hit, it was the first big con I've gone to. And my goal was to play in games from people I like and respect. So I played in Jeff Talanian's game. I played in
I've signed up for one. It's on the last day, and he said it's going to be rotating GMs, but that he would possibly be in there for some period of time.
All right.
The other games that he had registered were, it was under his name, but it was like there were going to be several possible GMs. It was just, so I couldn't be sure, but that kind of thing. Like, I was like, I don't want to waste a spot thinking I'm going to get Jeff Talanian and get somebody else. No offense to whoever that might be. Like, I'm trying to maximize my time. So
ideally,
that's what I did. Yeah.
I figured my first time playing Hyperborea, or back then it was Ash, was going to be, I wanted to be with Jeff, right? The first time I ever played Joe Block's game was at ShireCon last year. Joe Block ran his game at ShireCon, and he ran it at Castle of Man Archmage to boot. So I got the double Joe Block action there, right? At TotalCon, I met Matt Finch. I played in his game. He had a table like 15 fucking people. I didn't think that was possible to run a 15-person table, but he fucking nailed it. He was like, "That's some goddamn experience there." And I got to see the master at work.
There's got to be like, I don't I try not to talk about work that much, but my great skill at work is watching something for 20 minutes and understand it. This is how this thing works, and I go and I can make it training on that. And I'm hoping to see things that I go, oh, I can systematize that. I can come up with a way to do that. That's what I've seen in ShadowDark. That's one of the things that I think people don't realize about ShadowDark is that from a systematizing standpoint, it has a different flow. I was just talking about this with somebody today on a break during the thing I was doing for work today. That in almost every other role-playing game, there's very few exceptions, a handful that I can think of. Your character starts out at a particular power level. It might be very high. Vampire characters start out very, very, very powerful compared to most people in the world. But then they go on a rising incline, and the more they incline, the more the world fades away as a threat to them. Right? If you're a vampire who's poured 5 dots into 3 or 4 different disciplines, you'll just tear through anybody. It doesn't matter if it's the most elder vampire around. Like, you'll just fucking rip them apart. If you play D&D, the more we've been talking about 5th edition, the more levels you gain in 5th edition, you turn into a fucking god. All this kind of stuff. And that's one of the reasons why I play OSR in the first place is. And I would have said, I wouldn't have said it this way, but if I go back in time, I would say this to myself about when I'm playing OSR games, I'm playing until I reach a certain level, at which point the game starts to suck and I quit, and then I move and I start another level 1 character. I like the level 1 to 3 character range when things are tough and life is hard and shitty. And people have used the word like mudcore for that kind of thing. Like really, like you're living. I think of like Braveheart. Braveheart was a major movie for me in my teen years. You're muddy, fighting in brutal blood and shit, and you are not walking around in plate armor, fighting off, just blowing away enemies. You are getting your ass kicked in the mud. And that's it. That's what I like. And the thing that ShadowDark has done is create a cyclical growth loss pattern that is different from a rising linear growth model, right? So, Ultra just dropped a super chat. Let's get to that in a second, but let me get this out first, right? So, ShadowDark creates this thing that there's a variety of design decisions that factor into this. It's not just carousing, but I'm going to use carousing as the main linchpin of this discussion. So you gain money, you get treasures, you get XP for getting those treasures. You go back to town, you immediately, and this is every ShadowDark game I've ever played, this is exactly player behavior. So if you have players that are not acting like this, I don't know, maybe you're really living in a different world than me. But you get a couple of treasures, you go back to town, and the characters look at the carousing list and they go, well, I have 100 gold pieces, so I'm going to spend 100 gold pieces carousing. Like, what they look at the carousing table like it's a price of how much of the carousing can I afford today.
I didn't do it, Greg. Okay, I am the guy who doesn't do carousing. I hate. I
know. You're weird, but hear me out. This is a fantastic thing. Okay, so let's say the party comes back. The first time they come back, they can scrape together enough money to do 100 gold piece carousing. They burn that 100 gold pieces. It's gone. They get a couple of XP, right? They only have 10 gear slots each or whatever, may vary a little bit, whatever. They dump all their excess gear. They go back to basically their starting rig, starting backpack gear. They might sub out stuff. They're like, this time I can afford a couple of new items or whatever. They alter it a little bit. And then all their money's been burned on carousing. Then they go right back into the shit. and they go get more money. And when they come back, they say, okay, now I can afford a 300 gold piece carousing. Bloop, there goes the 300 gold pieces, right? And they go back. So even when they're level 4, even when they're level 5, they're right on the edge of death, right? They've got what's in their backpack, and they've got a fucking pittance of hit points in ShadowDark, right? Like my 4th level thief had like 8 hit points. I mean, like, it's just almost nothing, right? So even as you're gaining in levels, you are still in the shit, right? And so it's the carousing function plays a big part. That's why I focus on it. But there are a lot of other elements of the game design that make it so, you know, the progression of damage, the fact that strength doesn't add to damage. Simple things like that when you first read it, you don't realize the importance of making those changes, right? But holy shit, like, it really has an impact. It creates this like cyclical, or maybe, you know, I'm thinking about right now like a sine wave. You know, just you're up, you're down, you're up, you're down, you're up, you're down. You never go up all the way up to godhood, and you, even when you're level 10, which I've never been, but I've written the monsters for level 10, and they will fuck you up. Okay, like there is no way that you go into a fight as a level 10 character in ShadowDark if you ever get there, 7. And you're just confident in the shit. I can just take hit monsters, no problem.
In Tim's game, we got the 7, and as Mark is just saying, I missed 3 fingers off my left hand. Right, I only got 2 left. I got these 2. Where is it? These 2 fingers left on my left hand or something. That's it. Right. My guy's brain was melted. Yes, and this is Tim's game, so it's Tim invented like. Whatever, what do you call it? Grimdark?
Tim does play by some different house rules.
Tim got some different house rules, but
I'm not critical.
Oh, it's very hardcore. So even though I didn't do this carousing thing so I can invest my money in better armor, better gear to live, because I know Tim. I know I need to survive. Because ShadowDark is hard enough. You give ShadowDark plus Tim's Comor Forest, where you walk from your house to the outhouse and you'll die. All right. This is like a random encounter.
I've been in the Comor Forest. You're
yeah. So it's like, I know I'm not fuck this carousing shit where I might get herpes or lose some shit or whatever the hell. I'm gonna go and hoard my money and buy armor because I know I'm gonna die. So he's gonna try.
And that's fine, but you're still you're turning that money into gear that you're carrying. You're not accumulating this huge amount. You're not on this massive upswing. You can just as easily die in that fucking armor. And in
fact, the last game session, Greg, everybody died but me. Only because I took a dwarven fighter.
My character survived 2 near TPKs. Well, I started with 1 hit point. We went out. Everybody died except me. And the only reason I didn't die was because I was skirmishing backwards using a bow and arrow.
AC and hit points. I took a dwarven fighter.
Yeah, I took all their good stuff and I went back to town. And I leveled up, and then another time, it got to where I was the only one left, and I would move back, and I would shoot, and I would move back, and I would shoot, and it got to a point where I knew I was going to get killed anyway, and I dove into some water to get the fuck out of there. Like that was it. I could not. So I was the only one who made it.
No,
it's so yeah. So I do want to get to Ultra Super Chat.
What did we?
Yeah. Do we think D&D is on the decline now with Chris Perkins having left WotC? I think more games like ShadowDark and OSC will begin to rise to the top. I don't know anything personally. Just get this out of the way right away about Chris Perkins. I kind of know who he is, barely, right? Let's get to Dr. Doom next. So I don't know anything about Chris Perkins, but as far as how WotC is going, my impression, and I don't think Joe will disagree with me on this because we've talked about this before. I think they know that there is not enough money in actually playing role-playing games for them to survive. They can't survive publishing books anymore because the cost of production is so low that their competitors can put out similar books at low enough price points. They're no longer a monopoly like they were largely for most of the existence of D&D. ShadowDark can come out with almost no production costs compared to what they have. I mean, they're not able to compete.
I got 9 iterations of fucking OSC here. You know what I mean? So it's like
OSC, great example. Yeah. So they're trying to find ways to monetize the brand. Is that? Can you hear the thunder?
I thought you farted.
That was thunder. Yeah,
or something.
Storm came back. I don't know. It was beautiful all day. I don't know why it's thundering, but big storm outside again. But they can't make money selling D&D, and they know that people produce enough D&D stuff for free, that publish it on their own. GMs are making their own material. They don't need to buy WotC books. There's not enough money to support a corporate conglomerate there. So they're finding ways to try to monetize the brand, and they're moving away from actually playing the fucking game. They canceling Sigil is a great example. I think they canceled Sigil because they realized they still weren't going to fucking make any money, even doing it that way. They don't have a way to make money off of it because it's a hobby that people do for fun, and it's low cost, and people make their own shit.
That's what they lost track of. They thought they had IP gold mine on their hands, and to a certain extent, for some mediums, they do. Like if they did it right, the movie. If they do it right, a good TV series.
The video games is
maybe even T-shirts, right, or something like that with the logo. But honestly, they can't get out of their own fucking way. Based on that interview Chris Perkins did with what's his tits over there on the guy with the tiny hands, that guy, right? You know what I'm talking about? Every time I see him do a review, he'll do a review of like ShadowDark or OSC. His hands are just tiny. They take up like a tiny quadrant. Just like, how do you got the tiniest fucking hands in the world? Yeah, that guy, him. So he did an interview, and he gave some good info on that interview with Questing Beast, where he was talking about how there was no, by the time he left, there was like, these people weren't communicating internally. Like everybody had double duties. Like the marketer for Wizards and for Hasbro also had D&D, but they weren't communicating with all the other departments related to D&D. And so there was no coordination with the IP logo, branding, and blah, 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 right? And the book people weren't, as we learned, weren't communicating with the fucking Sigil people. And the Sigil people weren't communicating with D&D Beyond. It's a dysfunctional disaster over there. And so there's one thing I learned by working in the corporate land a million years ago. I was working in Manhattan in a big company, and I was a sales guy. And I did really good. I was the best salesman in the company one year. I went to Maui on the, first class, blah, blah, blah. And then I learned that I said, all right, now what are you gonna do next year? I'm like, well, you told me this year to lock everybody into a fixed contract, and I did so to prevent competition from getting involved. I know to the penny what we're gonna fucking make this year. Because in order to do that, all the extras had to be bundled in there for a higher price. Yeah, but how much more are you going to make? I said, let me say that again. You see that 4% increase year after year for all these contracts? That's how much we're going to make. Well, we need more. I was like, well, then you shouldn't have fucking told me to lock this bullshit in, right? And so what I learned is that corporations always want more. They will never accept less. Ever. And when I say more, they want more than if you're making a profit, they want more of a profit, right? So they're not going backwards. They'll cut the line before they go backwards.
There's also you can reach a point where a position is irrecoverable. Yes. And one of my favorite moments in history is after the Dunkirk disaster. Winston Churchill flies over to Paris, maybe even right before the Dunkirk, like the Germans have broken through the French line, and he flies to Paris and he lands, and they're burning everything. They're burning all their documents. They're destroying everything. That's before shredders, right? People, they're burning everything. And he's like, "What are you doing?" And they're like, "Well, it's over." And he's like, "But you could, do you have reserves? You could move you could make changes." And they're like, "No. It's over. Like, it's over. There's no winning from this position." And they were just burning everything. And he got back on the plane. He was like, "Fuck, go home." But there is a position. I think about that moment often. Like, there is a position where you're just fucked. You're just lost. They've lost. They've made terrible decisions. They abandoned third edition, which, even though I criticized it earlier, was a catastrophic fucking business decision. They handed all that money to Paizo that they could have just kept for them.
They wanted themselves. The RPG people.
They threw it away. Yeah. They wrote fourth edition, which sucked ass. And instead of writing fourth edition as a D&D tactics or an alternative of D&D, no. We're going to burn what came before, and we're going to force everything over into this D&D model that you then hate. right? Oh, what a
Well,
fucking
they were
philosophy.
chasing the MMORPG scene, dude. That's all they wanted was those people, World of Warcraft people, you know?
So then they do 5e, which, you know, a success in a lot of ways. Great game from a business perspective, right? But they've already splintered everything. That was their opportunity to kind of maybe pull back from the brink.
But let me just add this thing, though.
No pun intended on
I think the biggest
Kyle
problem, though, Greg, with 5e is that their success was not related to anything they did. Their success was related to Stranger Things. It was related to Critical Role. It was related to Big Bang Theory and Baldur's Gate. Their success was not related to a thing they did. They're like George W. Bush, who was born on third base and thought he hit a triple. That's how these fucking peoples were. And so they thought we you know, we shit gold, right? And so they think everything they do is great, and then they fired everybody. They fired everybody who knew anything. And Chris Perkins and Mike Merles and all these guys, they're gone. There's nobody left in the old guard. Yeah. There's just a bunch of fucking 22-year-old blue hairs who don't understand anything about the industry. They don't.
And HR policies matter. If you become well known for kicking your employees in the balls, you are going to have a hard time recruiting good employees. That's just reality. Yeah. Having a consistent policy that everyone knows about, that you fire people right before Christmas like a fucking cunt, then no one's going to want to work for you. And if they do work for you, they're going to do it with one eye on your situation.
One eye on LinkedIn all day long. Yeah.
That's what they're at an irrecoverable position. I don't want to go on too long without getting to Dr. Doom's chat.
Let me see. Dr. Doom says, and thank you very much, Dr. Doom, for the $10. I am falling deep into Craig Spiegel XDM style game where there are only a few stats, no features at all, and everything is just logical rulings.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Kriegspiel is like almost like wargaming, Prussian military college type wargaming, right? Isn't that right?
It's like Amber Diceless RPG or something. I mean, you just
no, it's Alexander McCree's. I think this is what Kriegspiel is, where you're basically making a judgment about how you think a particular thing will work out. You're like, okay, these 4 military units are moving into this forest, and this other military unit's going there. Based on what we kind of know and our experience in warfare, we're thinking maybe this side will take 200 casualties and this side will take 400 casualties, or whatever. I think that's what it is, and I think that's great. In a lot of I think war games are great. I think BattleTech is great. I think doing the one-to-one time with patrons is great. You do it. It might not be my cup of tea or whatever, but I think it's cool. And if you do it that way, you will avoid doing a game where you only have a few stats and you just make rules. You are definitely a zero income customer to Wizards of the Coast, and that's also great. You know, that's its own reward, folks. Going to bed at night having given Wizards of the Coast no money is a win.
You mentioned McCree a couple times, Greg. Have you ever thought of collaborating with him or anybody else? Is there anybody on your
list? I've had conversations with McCree. I've written 2 things for Adventure Conquer King.
Okay.
If I wasn't doing anything for ShadowDark, they would have been very good selling items as an independent producer.
Okay.
Right.
But in other words,
ShadowDark,
put a product out and it says Greg Christopher and who's the and?
I don't know that it would ever do that because Greg Christopher is a control freak.
Yeah. All right.
Well, I do not like group projects.
Okay.
I do not. Yeah, I was the kid who was like, I will do this project by myself, and I don't need 5 collaborators. You know, I would. I work at my own pace. I move around. I move up and down. I have 50 to 100 page InDesign documents that are half completed for games that I've just abandoned as an idea. Okay. You know, I don't want to get into a position where I'm writing out of obligation. I always want to be writing because I'm really passionate about whatever that thing is. That's right. Dr. Doom. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Right. Yeah. There's no cost. You can get into this shit for nothing.
Yep.
Right. And that's why there's the statement: if you want to make, $1 million in RPG, start out with 2. Because it's very, very hard to make, people. That's one of the reasons why people are so butthurt about Kelsey's situation, is because they wish it was them.
That's it.
Very, very tough.
Jealous. They're all fucking jealous, dude.
Yeah, it's a brutal, brutal environment because, and this, man, I haven't said this before, but I really think this is the case. Role-playing game production is people taking their most creative, passionate, personal ideas about how a game should be. When you write down your notes on how to run an adventure, that is like your baby, in a sense, in a way that writing a novel doesn't even really come close to, because the novel, you're not telling someone to take the novel and wear it as a skin and run it in their game. Like when you give someone a module, you're saying, like, I want you to take these ideas and make them your ideas in the game, and implement them. And that is the most ego vulnerable shit you can imagine.
I mean, look at it like this way. It's like, go play with my child, just don't abuse him.
That's right. That's right. And putting that out there, and there's only a few excuses that you can give yourself as to why your product is not selling as well as other people's product. And once you run out of those excuses, it's that person is just better than me.
That's it.
And that hurts. That hurts so hard. Oh man, people cannot take it.
What was your biggest failure, Greg? Then in that regard, what would you look back and say, motherfucker, I sucked. This is terrible. Like this, everybody was better than me. This thing sucks so bad, or even a business, not even a publication failure, but a business failure. Where did you fuck up?
Those documents have been scrubbed from the internet, Joe. They no longer exist. All those free games that I talked about, they're on my hard drive.
All right,
that's about it. And they're out there in other people's hard drives when they downloaded them. There were 9,000 downloads of Cascade Failure, which is my most successful free game. It was a science fiction, basically just a OSR light D20 science fiction game. But I took it down. I took it down because I've moved past that, and I don't want somebody hearing about me and then going onto my publisher page and going, "Oh, well, this is free. I'm going to download this." I can't change the price because I got the art on the basis of it would be a free product, and I promised that to the artist. So I can't go charging people money for a product that I used that art that way for. So I just took it down. There's a lot of things where I put into Synapse that I mentioned earlier. When I look at it now, it's an embarrassment because my taste level. Do you know who Ira Glass is? He's a very, very famous radio personality on NPR. And he has this, I'm not sure if it's not a TED Talk, but it's like a 10-minute segment. So it's not a short thing, but he talks about how when you're creating stuff, you're getting into creating whatever it is, whether it could be bread, you're getting into being creative because you have a passion for the thing. You like bread, right? You want to start making your own custom bread and experimenting with flavors of whatever it is. You want to quilt. You want to woodwork. You want to write role-playing games, whatever it is. Be on the radio was his, if you want to do that, at the beginning, your taste is very high. You know what you like. You've got, this is good bread and this is bad bread.
Yeah.
I know the difference between good and bad bread.
Yeah.
You're not like, I would have a very hard time explaining why one sports ball team is better than another sports ball team. I do not have the taste to do that. Right?
I don't either.
I know the names of the sports ball teams because I pay attention and because I played a few video games in my teen years. But that is about it. That's about it. So
like
my
nerd.
level in role-playing games is very high.
Yeah.
Right? I know these are good role-playing games and these are shitty role-playing games. And I have a particular way. Well, Ira Glass's point is when you start creating, you will be creating shit.
Yeah.
So from your tastes perspective, you're like, this is a bunch of shit. I'm making endless piles of shit. Your bread doesn't taste good. Your quilt sucks. Whatever it is you're doing, it sucks. And you're like, God damn it. And it's like the hard thing is to move through that phase.
Get through
that is the hardest part, is to say, I'm going to keep making bread until it doesn't taste like shit. I'm going to keep making quilts until I think they're great quilts. And if that takes putting 100 hours into a project that is shit, that's what it takes.
Yep.
Right. And that's why I wrote games for free, because I didn't feel like it was fair to charge people money for my shit.
All right. So getting beyond your shit, what is your biggest success? What would you say? You sit back and say, if I die tomorrow, at least I made this fucking thing. What is it?
And
why?
Inside my head, it's actually ShadowRim, but from a professional standpoint and metrics standpoint,
sales, you mean?
I think it would be ShadowSun.
Okay.
Because speaking from a business perspective in this, what I'm about to say, I realized there was an opportunity with Kelsey launching this ShadowDark that I could see that there was going to be a big audience. We could see, we were, on Eric's podcast looking at the number, like there's going to be a big audience for this.
She stepped in the biggest, perfect storm.
Perfect moment, right? And I saw that was going to happen. And I looked at the quick start stuff and I said, I can do that. I wasn't anywhere near as sold on it as I am now. But I didn't. There were a lot of things I didn't even realize how great it was. Right. That looking back, I'm like, man, I had no idea that. I never would have thought carousing would be as critical to the success that I see it as now.
And it's a weird thing because carousing's been around since the early OSR.
I know. Yeah.
I think Jeff Rentz invented it. Remember Jeff's old school gaming blog? I thought he was the inventor of it. And I didn't like it in 2008. You know what I mean? It's like,
I know. I never took off, but I didn't see it working as, like I said earlier, I didn't see it working as part of this sine wave function, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I saw that was happening, and then I saw that there was an opportunity in DarkSun is very popular. I like DarkSun. There's no possibility of it being supported by Wizards of the Coast.
Never.
Even if they did support it, whatever they did would be even worse than 4E DarkSun, which is not good.
So they would wreck it. Like they did that other, what was it? The Spelljammer. Look what they did to that.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I thought, look, with ShadowDark having this dark, gritty, shadowy thematic elements, that it would be the system to publish a DarkSun compatible thing. Right.
And you created a whole psionic system, right, for it?
Yeah, it has. Yeah. ShadowSun has an extensive 5-tier psionic system, as large as the magic system is in ShadowDark. Right.
I haven't seen it yet because I'm developing my own psionics, and I'm basing it off of the 2Es in some ways, because that's the one thing that I learned about DarkSun is they had an amazing expansion to the 2E psionics. And I thought, unlike a lot of people, I thought the 2E psionics was fantastic. It was better than AD&Ds, and every other one after that, after 2E, made psionics just a different way to cast a spell of the same fucking name that a regular wizard could do. Yeah. And so 2E got into the entire psi thing. I don't know where they drew upon, but they got into the whole psi experience. And then DarkSun, I got a couple books of supplements that expanded upon it. And I think it's fucking fantastic. So I'm going to use some of that shit as an inspiration. I haven't looked at yours yet to see, but is
Mine
it
is more I don't have a problem with the way DarkSun does psionics per se, but for me, psionics has always been and will always be using the Force. To me, that's what it is.
Okay.
And so I designed the psionics in ShadowSun to be analogous to the way that you use Force powers. So you start out at low tiers being able to say, move a little object with your mind, and then at higher tiers you're force choking someone.
Gotcha.
Right?
Makes sense.
And every power has different from magic, a prerequisite of the lower level, whatever that thing is.
That's the way I view it too.
Yeah.
So
You have to choose paths and then invest in getting better at those paths, which is very different from classic D&D magic. But I felt like that's what it is. Like, so if you can create a guy, you can create 2 characters that are 8th level mentalists in ShadowSun, and they can have totally different, almost no overlap at all.
I like that.
So you have one guy who is doing force choking and reaching out and grabbing people, and then another guy who is doing more of a defense, some kind of other alternative, right? And that's what they've invested their points in. That's what it is.
That makes sense. I like
so that. From a professional standpoint, because ShadowSun was released, I was able to get it out almost right away as soon as ShadowDark hit the dirt, and then get out there and market. That really allowed me to get a much bigger audience than I ever had before with Ambition and Avarice. And getting that out there, but from a pure passion perspective, as much as I love DarkSun, I love the desert, I love the things that I love about the grittiness of the desert is what I was saying about Braveheart earlier, like the brutality of it, like you're living on the edge of dying in this brutal place.
Yeah,
like, I love that, right? But as much as I love that, I love Skyrim more.
Did you get into excuse me, the old Appendix N shit, the Conans and all that stuff? Did you get into all those books or no?
When I was young, I read a ton of extended universe Star Wars stuff as my my big
geek thing
passion. Yeah,
gotcha.
My big fiction passion. Okay. That's what makes Disney Star Wars that much more painful.
Oh yeah.
It's brutal. It's brutal.
I can imagine.
When you get out Jedi Academy, the trilogy from Star Wars Extended Universe, and you just read the opening scene of the first book is Luke. It's after the Return of the Jedi. Luke is looking to try to recruit Force users to form a new academy to begin rebuilding the Jedi. He goes to this planet where there's a guy there, right, that he wants to recruit, and it's a lava planet, and there's like all of these. They're not icebergs. I don't know what you call it, like rocks that are floating in the lava like icebergs.
Yeah.
And the guy says he'll go with Luke if he can cross over these this like path of rocks across the lava.
Yeah.
And so Luke gets about halfway across the path when a giant lava worm rises up and tries to kill him while he's crossing this path, right? And he kills the thing. And he gets across, and the guy goes, "I will join your Jedi Academy." Now, you cannot tell me that would not be the most epic fucking movie opening scene for Disney Star. And they took that book and they flushed it down the fucking toilet. That's what they did. So
Kathleen Kennedy said there was.
I hate them. I can't believe what they did. They're fucking idiots.
Dude, she was in an interview and she's like talking about the new movies, and she's like, "Well, there's no comics or books out there, so we're gonna make it up as we go." I'm like, "You stupid bitch! There's 1 trillion books. Even I know that. I'm not a Star Wars geek."
Ridiculous, absolutely fucking ridiculous to take these books that are just brilliant. Now, I'm sure there are extended universe books. Caveat there that are not that great, right?
Yeah.
The Admiral Thrawn trilogy, the Jedi Academy trilogy, I'm sure there are others I read that I just can't remember because
I got the Thrawn one back there. I've not read it yet, but I got
my
it.
brother kept all of them in a. I had a plastic container in my basement for a long time when he was in the Marines. Of
Thrawn
all these books,
there at the tip of my finger.
Oh, right up there. Yeah. I mean, the great books, just utter fantastic books. Splinter in the Mind's Eye, all that stuff. And they just took all that shit and flushed it down the toilet. So I don't give a shit what they say. I don't care what they do. I'm not giving them another dollar.
They would have had to pay all these authors for using their shit. Even to this day, old comic book artists who work for DC and Marvel, like Ethan Van Sciver, he was the Comicsgate guy. He's talking about how they still have to pay him money when they use his shit. He says, I bought a whole car off of what they paid me or something like that, just because they used some of his stuff from when he was at DC. They don't want to pay anybody. And the writers want the credit so they get more royalties. That's why they want to create all new shit rather than.
I don't have a problem with you not paying somebody for work that they've done in the past if you don't use it, but create something good.
They can't. They don't know how. Dude.
They don't know how to do that. So if you don't know how to create something good, you need to use what already exists that is good.
You know why? You know why the original Star Wars TV show was great? The original series of Kirk and all them. And remember, it was like military actual thing.
I've never watched it, but the Black Lodge guys did a recent podcast where they talked about Star Trek.
The original Star Trek was amazing.
The original, they sold me on it in terms of being open to it. I was closed to it.
You gotta watch, dude. You gotta watch it because here's the thing that they did that these new people don't understand. These new writers and coming into the genres with their fresh new minted degree from Columbia, Princeton, and Harvard and Yale, these Ivy League idiots, right? And moving out on their parents' money out there, never had to work a day in their life, never lived or did anything. All the writers on the original Star Trek series, a shit ton of them were men who were in World War II.
That's
okay.
Right.
They lived a fucking life. Some of them
call it the Hemingway effect.
Yeah,
Gene Roddenberry. Something great because you've been through some serious shit.
Exactly. And these guys could write a fucking story. They lived life. They were 50-year-old dudes or whatever. Some women, they lived a fucking life, and they brought all that experience into this. When you're 23 years old and you move into the Seattle and you get your first job at Wizards and you're going to write a module based on something or a short story or fiction based on something, you have nothing to base it on. You haven't done jack shit in your life yet. What are you going to possibly use? What can you possibly draw? They
also, in this, again, this is one other thing where it ends up gendered. I don't want it to be gendered. But if you don't have anything in the world that you're willing to die to defend, then it's very hard for you to write fiction about what you're willing to die to defend.
Yes.
Right. And the sad reality is that there are way more men who are willing to fight to the death over something than there are women. And so that affects this. But I don't care if you're a woman and you fight to the death, that's great. That's fine.
A woman will fight to the death for her child.
That kind of thing. I got no problem. But you need to be in a position where you have certain, whether they're values or people or a culture or whatever it is, that you are willing to go to the mattresses and fight to the death for. That is what will give you the passion to understand what other people might be willing to do that for, and then turn them into characters.
Agreed.
Right? Because that's the kind of character, when people watched HBO's Rome series. Right?
Loved it. Fucking loved it.
Loved that. The Titus Pullo, right? People loved his ass so much. He was a hero because he was willing to just fight to the fucking death for whatever it was. His
honor.
Yeah, he would go hard on anything. The scene where there's the girl that he likes who's a slave, and he helps her, and she goes, "Oh, I'm so happy because now I'll be able to marry this other guy that I was looking at." And he gets so mad, he just grabs the guy's head and slams it into the rock until the guy's dead. Like that guy. So whoever wrote him
is amazing.
They knew what it was like to have that level of passion and anger. And
they captured Rome so well. They captured
even
the whole.
Even if you think the person is immoral, they have to have motivations that are plausible. And if you don't have anything like that, you end up with dwarves, making scones. I couldn't remember what it was. Scones in a bakery wearing sandals and talking about their love for their.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
it's pathetic and shitty. That's all it is. They just don't have it.
I know. They don't have any experience, knowledge, or ability to do it, dude. They've not lived a life. They can't do anything.
Yeah.
I could never write a book of fantasy novel or anything like that 30 years ago. What the hell did I know? I didn't know shit from Shinola. Nothing. Nothing. Hey, I put together a bunch of rapid fire to sort of almost bring us out, because I know we sort of say let's talk for 2 hours, maybe 3. We're coming up on 3, and figured let me get some of these in, because I thought they might be good. Because I kind of what I want to do in this whole series of videos, whoever I interview, I want to do the same rapid fire questions. You know what I mean? So I figured a little thing. You know what I mean? Let's get it there. So all right. So I think you already kind of said this. Your favorite Appendix N book or author? You never read those, you said, right?
No, I didn't. I would say Star Wars Extended Universe. Maybe Timothy Zahn.
Okay. All right. Timothy Zahn. Then it is universe. It's close. All right. Favorite D&D related movie or show? TV show. Related. Not D&D yet, but D&D related, genre.
Let's see. That's tough, because most of the stuff that I really like from a fiction perspective is historical fiction.
Okay.
The classics like Braveheart, Last of the Mohicans, Gladiator.
That works. Braveheart.
That's kind of the stuff for me. The mudcore that people that are
our whole D&D group saw that multiple times, dude. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay. Favorite adventure module. New or old, doesn't have to be old school. Beastmaster.
I don't really run a lot of modules, but you've read the second module for the Alien game by Free League is called Destroyer of Worlds, and it is fucking incredible. It is one of the best designed things I've ever seen in role-playing games, period, across the board. It is intense. It is great. I've run D&D people through it. I've run work colleagues through it during team building. They've loved it. It's incredible.
What's the one where I killed Rob in that? Is that the one we're doing?
No, that was the first one.
All right, that was glorious. Killing Rob was the greatest highlight of my life.
Yeah, I have nothing but praise for that. But I'm saying the second one, Destroyer of Worlds, is even better. So I'll just give you the premise. I'm not going to spoil anything.
If the PDF fairy delivers it tonight, Greg, I wouldn't complain. Just throwing it out there.
I understand. I'll see I'll talk to him about it. So the basic premise is that there's a gas giant, with an eye like Jupiter, right? And there's a little moon that is in geosynchronous orbit right over the eye. Okay. Right. So everywhere where you're on this little moon, there's this huge fucking gas giant looking at you in the sky, right? Evocative. Holy shit, right?
Yeah. Sauron, enlarged.
The reason why people are on this gas giant or on this moon is because it has petroleum on it, which you need in the future for plastics.
All right.
And the United Americas has a extensive colony there that over time has been pulled back to a skeleton crew of people that are running this colony, extracting oil, and the Space Soviets, the Union of Progressive Peoples, is about to attack this place. Right? They're about to come in, and you're preparing to abandon your position. Everyone in the game is a space marine that is part of this contingent there. You're preparing to abandon your position. Mm-hmm. And 5 guys go AWOL into the colony. And you're the team that's tasked with hunting those guys down and getting the fuck back to base so that they can evac everybody off this goddamn rock, right?
I leave them all behind and say, fuck them.
Yeah, you've got a time limit. You've got fixed targets. You've got one of those APCs like in the fucking movies. You're riding around this colony. You're trying to find these fucking dudes. And I don't want to spoil anything. it does not go according to plan. Okay, like shit goes wild.
All right,
and it is just so good. It is so good. I wish
what's it
I
called
could
again?
write
Say it
that
again.
well. I don't have my taste and my ability are not. They're not yet there. Like that.
What is it called,
I
Greg?
forget the name of the guy who wrote it. It is so fucking good.
What is the adventure name again? What is the name of it?
Destroyer of Worlds.
For Alien RPG.
Yeah, like the Oppenheimer quote.
Yeah.
Destroyer of Worlds.
Thus spoke Zarathustra.
Thus spoke Zarathustra. Yeah.
All right, so that's your favorite module. What's your favorite RPG system of all time?
Of all time, I would probably say Axe 1.
One, not two.
Axe 1 is the only game, and I'm gonna tell McCrease that I said this. I don't want to toot my own horn by telling him that I said. You tell him. Somebody else in the chat. Axe 1 is the only game in my entire life that I've bought more than one physical copy of, because it was so good that I wanted to take it and give it to multiple people and say, let's play. I'll pay for you to have this book. We need to play this game. It is that good.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm down to only one copy though.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
I gave him away.
Favorite designer, whether game designer, module designer, whatever. Favorite person.
I want to say Alexander McCrease for a variety of reasons I think are already apparent from this podcast.
Yep.
However, Kelsey has created a thing that is not just brilliant, which is a component. From a pure brilliance perspective, I would choose Alexander McCrease.
Okay.
No offense to Kelsey. Alexander McCrease is just fucking insane, awesome. Like I cannot say enough. But Kelsey took, like with any product, it doesn't matter how great the product is. If people don't buy it, people don't know about it, it doesn't speak to them. They can't relate to the product. She designed something that hits people in a way that the mix of things that she picked, the advantage and disadvantage used with an OSR chassis combined with this carousing thing, combined with how she even going, like I said earlier, like having strength not affect damage, only affecting attack. All sorts of little things that made it so that the way that it plays, the way that it works, that you can go onto a website and just say, give me a character, and it just poof, there you go, you got a character. I know she didn't invent that. I'm just saying, like putting all of these things into one thing. That's the brilliant, like bringing it all together, like a chef. Like the chef didn't invent mac and cheese. The chef didn't invent steak, right? But putting together the things in the way that it needs to be on the plate to create the effect on the person eating it. Like at doing that,
I got a better analogy.
Crushed it.
Here's a better analogy for the fat guys amongst us. The Chubby Funster and myself are a little chubby. Peanut butter cups. Chocolate, peanut butter.
There you go. Yeah.
Woo-hoo! Whoever put those fuckers together.
That's right. Yeah. Whatever it is, there's probably factors that I haven't even realized are factors in this calculation. But I'm saying whatever the calculation is, she got it. She nailed it.
She hit the sweet spot. Is there an RPG system that you love but want to run, but for whatever the fuck reason you can't?
Yes. There's a variety of them.
What's the top one? Favorite one?
Number one would be Pendragon.
What?
Pendragon.
Okay.
And I don't know, and I know that there are plenty of people who play Pendragon. Let me get that out of the way.
Dude, hop in on the Monday thing. Tim, Tim does a Monday thing. Just hop in there and run it.
I just don't know enough people that have told me. Maybe it's because I don't know. Yeah, maybe it would be on Monday. I just don't have enough people that I think would play it if I picked it.
I would run it. I would try everything once, man. Everything, and I got it right here.
I got 5th edition. Yeah.
I don't know what this is. This is an old edition. I wanted the OG one, so I got
that's an older one. Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted the most popular old one.
It's
Oh, it's the first edition. It's first edition. I have.
Yeah, it's a great game. It's a game that you can take the book with you on a plane just to fucking read it. I mean, like it is amazing. It is a great read.
Favorite monster of all time? Yours or someone else's or whatever. Favorite monster you fucking love? I know Tim's of rock rubs that motherfucker.
I love gnolls. I love gnolls. I love the idea of a human-like thing that will just eat you. Right? It's not undead. It's not undead. It's just it's an animal. It just I see
say they will play it, Greg. You got it. You got two people.
Like I love gnolls. I love the idea. This is my personal thing. This is as far as I know, it's not in it may be in like 4th edition or some game that I haven't read that well, but I love gnolls that can leap like 20 to 30 feet and land on your face. I like I like the idea of you being thrown prone and this thing is like trying to just eat your
your throat.
Like the visceral reality of that. Yeah, like that. I just love it. I love
like a pack of werewolves.
It's different from undead because an undead is like a mindless thing. It's its own special horror or whatever. But the idea that it's like a bear, like it's a beast that wants to eat you.
Yeah. All right, that's cool. Favorite memory playing an RPG as a player?
As a player.
What's your favorite as a player in a game? What's your favorite? What stands out as I asked the greatest?
I am not often a player.
Okay.
Let's see.
You might not have one. You don't have one. You don't have one. As you're thinking, though, for the record, Erudite Flint will play that game, and I'll jump in a Pendragon game because I'll play every system once. So I'll jump in Monday nights with you guys.
Don't distract me, bro.
All right.
I mean, I'm trying to think of all the time I've been playing as a player. I would say when I won the tournament in Rob's game.
That was epic. That was pretty fucking epic.
That was incredible.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, that was cool.
Okay. I do not often be a player, and that is one. People have asked me like, am I running anything at North Texas? And I'm like, fuck no. I'm there to play. I never get to play.
Yeah.
I don't want to spend my time giving. I want to spend my time taking. I want to take.
Speaking of all the Moises and all the other ones they were talking about there's Greg's interpretation of that. I want to take.
Yes, I want to take. Man. Give it to me.
Favorite memory as a DM?
Well, I'm going to give away a little bit here. I hope she forgives me, but there was a quality assurance person on my work team that was in that Alien game in the Destroyer of Worlds, and I think of her often. We're in the.
Is your wife listening?
There's a marshal's office.
You're married.
My wife knows this story.
All right.
My wife knows this woman. This woman is a very nice, very sweet person. She's just the kind of person you can always count on to like put little hearts on your messages in Teams. Like she's the nicest person. She comes, she says thank you of everything. She's super nice.
Bakes your cookies on your birthday, that kind of person.
She's
right?
Playing a space marine with a flamethrower. Okay. They're trying to hunt down these AWOL soldiers.
Yeah.
They figured out that alien. I mean, they knew when they agreed to play in the game that there were going to be aliens. They know what aliens are. They've watched the movies, at least, and there's a guy in there who, spoiler alert, there's a guy who's being interrogated by one of the marshals in the marshal's office, and he just has heartburn. It's a red herring. He has heartburn.
Okay.
And he keeps saying, "Oh man, he's stressed. He's being interrogated by the police. He's stressed out. He says his chest hurts." So this nice, super kind woman pulls her flamethrower out and just lights this guy up. No questions asked, no hesitation. There's another character who's standing within 5 feet. He's like, I jump back before I get burned to death. Right? Like, she just melts this guy in a column of fire.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, what are you doing? And she was like, I'm taking no chances.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, she was like, I don't care what, you know, I don't care if he's really not, like, you know, we're in it to live. Mm-hmm. And he had to go.
A woman after my own heart, dude. I appreciate that kind of
savagery. Man, it was brutal. Yeah,
I appreciate that.
That's one of the things I love about role-playing games is that it can bring out just the most, the most crazy behavior from people, atypical behavior.
The savage.
Yeah.
All right. Most overrated RPG product ever.
Ooh. I'm going to say,
in your experience, obviously,
I'm going to say Dungeons and Dragons 3rd edition.
Really?
Or Pathfinder. It might be
3.
A tie.
You're lumping them all together. 3, 3.5, and Pathfinder.
Yeah. All 3 of those together. There was a time when I really liked the game. I played the game. I know a lot of people like it. I'm not saying it's a bad game, 100% right, but it is overrated as being great. People think about it. They put on nostalgia glass. Think about it, and then hey, you know, that's an OSR problem in a lot of ways. But they put on the nostalgia glasses and they overlooked all kinds of fucking huge problems that the system had, ways that it was tedious and annoying and shitty. And they're like, oh, this is what, that's why when I said earlier, you know, if we have Doc Brown drawing the timeline away, it's before 3E. The timeline goes away and we go on a different path before 3E even
most
happens.
Underrated RPG product of all time in your experience. Like these, huh? This is a rapid fire. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask everybody I ever interview these questions.
Second edition Dungeons and Dragons. Second edition Dungeons and Dragons.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is a fantastic system.
Especially my house rule.
And if people get held up on things like Thaco and certain mechanical elements, I'm willing to concede that it has massive mechanical drawbacks. If you're also willing to concede all these other systems also have massive mechanical drawbacks. I don't know that there is a D&D official system that doesn't have massive. In order to find systems that actually work clean, you got to leave the D&D
or write your own.
Unfortunately. That's just the reality in my view. But the greatness of 2E, in my opinion, the thing that is ignored by so many people is that, contrary to business acumen, even, they were willing to open every door, to go down every path, to innovate, to find new shit to do. They were like, what can we, how can we create new ideas, new stuff? Dark Sun, Al-Qadim,
settings, the
Planescape, Spelljammer, all these ideas, and again, I'll concede maybe that might not be the greatest business decision of all time, right? Of course, but from a creativity, production, content-oriented perspective, that it is amazing. The depth, the quality, all of those. The green books, whatever I forget. Tons of
over there.
Books, all those green splat books. The degree to which they invested in creativity and design is unparalleled.
The arms and equipment with the Book of Villain. Oh, these are blue. These are blue. My bad. You mean the ones about the Vikings and shit?
I do mean that kind of book. That kind of book. Good. Where it's got the gold lettering on the front.
Arms and equipment. Yeah.
Exactly. They were willing to innovate in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of ways. And when you compare that to a Wizards of the Coast that can't even make its own setting. It has to buy Eberron from somebody else, right? And Eberron's not my cup of tea, but it's not Wizards of the Coast production, so I can't give him any credit. That guy wrote it. I forget his name. Good props on him.
He made money.
Great job. I don't like Dragonborn and mechanical guys. And
Baker
stuff.
was his name?
Yeah, Keith Baker. There you go. I'm not a fan of the races and the stuff.
I don't like
it's
robots.
Just not my thing.
In my RPG.
But neither is Spelljammer. Neither is Planescape for me, really. There's lots of, but I admire the gusto. I admire the willingness to write new shit. Yeah, and that's what I care about. I don't care if you are making the most profitable game in the history of the universe. That doesn't matter to me. What matters to me, again, I don't care if it's the most popular game in the history of the universe. What matters to me is the content and the ideas and the setting and the fiction and the things that go into it, right? And whatever problems I might have with, I know a lot of people will criticize Vampire, like for the people who play it, really. But Mark Reinhagen, fucking genius, coming up with all of these different things that he put into the setting. The Ars Magica is a setting that he wrote. All kinds of stuff, just amazing levels of innovation. That is what I admire. I admire Kelsey's innovation. I admire Alexander McCrease's innovation. I admire Mark Reinhagen. I admire all the guys who went into second edition. The only one that's name is coming to me is Jeff Grubb, but just tons and tons of people who've done all this shit, and the people who are willing to sell everything out in order to make a spreadsheet that works right. Fuck those guys. I don't care about. I don't care. I don't care if your spreadsheet of feats is perfectly mathematically balanced. I don't care. I care about whether you have a unique thing as a part of your world, as a part of your design that people can go, oh wow, this is really new. This is something special. Everything that I've said, the Alien, the Pendragon, everything, it's people pushing the envelope in ways that I never would have expected. I never would have expected an Alien module. If you had asked me 10 years ago, what do you think your number one module will be in 10 years? I could not have possibly guessed that it would be Alien. Impossible, and it's fucking amazing. So that's the thing, is that having the ideas that it goes back to what I was saying about I don't understand these people who are in it for popularity and for selfies. I just don't. It is alien to me. No pun intended. It is. You're a different creature than me. You're a different
in it for the creative output that makes you. Your creative output, not your selfies, should be what represents you out there. You know what I mean? Not the agenda you pumped into your thing or whatever the hell. But there's a good segue, though, to my last rapid fire question: is the Mount Rushmore of RPGs? 4 people. Who goes on it? 4 people on the RPG Mount Rushmore. Who's on there? There's 4 on the original Mount Rushmore.
Well,
right?
I believe there are probably people who I was too young to recognize on this list. So I'm admitting, as a person in their early 40s, that there are people who were foundational to the hobby that I don't even, because of how late I came into it, appreciate their role. Right. So no shade to those people. But I will put Gary Gygax, of
course,
on
number
there,
1.
Obviously. Can we say Gygax and Arneson as one dude?
The creators.
Kind of one spot. Okay. Right. Yeah. The foundational guys. Right.
Like Janet.
And then Mark Reinhagen and Kelsey and McCrease. Right. All 3 of them, and I don't need to come up with a reason to praise Gygax and Arneson or whatever. But all 3 of those people took an existing ecosystem of whatever it was and they said, I can move this in a way that nobody will
Arneson,
anticipate.
Kelsey, McCrease. Who's the other guy? And he
Mark
did
Reinhagen. He wrote Ars Magica. Okay. He wrote Vampire the Masquerade and a bunch of other werewolf stuff.
I can see that then. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And the ability, Steve Jobs is overused in this, but the ability for someone to look at a situation and go, wait a minute. If we do this, it will nobody will see it coming. It'll blow everybody away. Maybe Henry Ford, actually, now that I think about it, is another example. Somebody who can see through all of that stuff and say, this is what we should be doing. This will take everything in a direction you will not anticipate, you will not be able to understand. And the people, when they started going down that road, there were a large number of people who were like, you're wrong.
Yeah.
What you're doing is dumb. What you're doing is the good thing is all this stuff that we're looking backwards
all this shit here.
Right? And for Gygax, it was wargaming and all that stuff, right? Like people were like, why do you care about the lives of the individual soldiers on the field, right? Like that kind of thing, right? They didn't have the vision, for lack of a better way of describing it. They did not have the vision of what it could be, right? And people had done tons of stuff with role-playing games. They had no idea what Vampire the Masquerade and Ars Magica and Werewolf and all that stuff could be. They could not have anticipated that before it came along. The same thing for people had no idea what could be done from a domain game perspective, from creating a system that had all of this innovation and design and the way that it works to take it so that you can go from being a soldier, an adventurer, to somebody with power, to somebody with more power, to somebody controlling arm. Like that's a totally different innovation. People that was a vision of a different
my membership
game.
levels are honor to him in a sense. I have like the basic Grognard 99-cent level for YouTube, but then my next three are Adventurer, Conqueror, King. Just I wanted it there because I wanted to have a little homage. I think I got Emperor in there.
And then Kelsey's, which this goes into Ultra's super chat from a long time ago about moving into a different way. She saw a way to, and people can criticize me if they want for being too doom and gloom on this or whatever, but she saw a way of taking all of the muck and shit and the way that things were and say, we're going to get rid of all that. We're going to wipe it all away. We're going to go to a clean, crisp, fast resolution system with a different way, with a cyclical mode of play, with rolling it out like this. And when you slide that pre-gen across the table to the person who's never played role-playing games before, and they pick it up and they're like, oh shit, I know what to do. I can play this game. And they can roll with it, right? And with all of these things, I mean, there are a lot of innovations that these people made, but they didn't innovate as much in terms of coming up with new ideas whole cloth as finding Mark Reinhagen didn't invent wizards, right? He didn't invent the idea of wizards having their own special little communities and living in, he came up with a new way of even thinking about what the wizards are doing and doing all this stuff, like the V's and all kinds of stuff that he invented and put into that. When you have Alexander McCrease, Adventure Conquer King 1 is really like just a fantastic OSR game in a lot of ways, like a very smooth, well-designed OSR game. And then it started to be, only at the higher levels that you began to really see what he was in. That earlier with Kelsey, she didn't invent advantage and disadvantage and all that shit. What she did was invent all of the ways that they work together to create a particular outcome, and that would speak to people, right? Yeah, and I think that like all that, it's that vision of seeing what you can do with existing things and some innovation and just go way off into the thing. Yeah, and to Mark just said in the chat, I think Matt Finch and Gavin, those guys did a lot of their stuff when I was on my hiatus where I wasn't even playing role playing.
Yeah, you missed
so that's why to me they're not that, and that's why I put that acknowledgement at the beginning that there's guys who came before that I don't have at the top of mind.
Yeah. All right. So the last thing I wanted to hit on, Greg, was sort of the advice, because remember, this is two prongs here. One, get to know you. You get to understand what makes you tick. Well, as a designer, this is how you do it and all that. The second is advice, and then again at the end, pimp your shit. So, what would you tell you've been doing this since 2010? You've been writing shit, putting out stuff. I know it sucked back then, the early stuff, and you banned it from the internet or whatever. But if you could go back to tell yourself from 2025 to 2010, what advice would you give yourself?
One would be not to get involved in any of the political shit that I was involved in back in the early first 5 years or so. It's not the stuff with how to use social media without destroying your soul, essentially. Things like that. A lot of it is you have to learn it. You have to do. So I can't go back to when Brett Favre was 5 years old and tell him how to be a great football player, right? Like he has to do it. Like there's no shortcut to that. There's no shortcut to being a great writer. You have to write. I wouldn't even call myself a great writer yet. I'm still developing. There's still, there's a great moment in, I don't know what film it is, but it's one of the films that came out after Michael Jackson's death about Michael Jackson. Okay. And there was a guy who was on the tour crew that put up lights and everything, like that built the stages and stuff. Right? And they were like, what was the most amazing thing to you about Michael Jackson as an artist or whatever? And he said that in the last show that they ever did, that they were doing rehearsals and he was just doing his job. He was going around checking like the height of lights or whatever. He was just doing mechanical tasks. And Michael Jackson was on the stage talking to somebody, and he was singing a particular song, and he goes, yeah, this is okay, but he's like, I want to have like a new sound. Like I think we can create a new sound that would move in a different direction. Right. So here's a guy at the end, like he's done Motown stuff. He's done 80s stuff. He's gone through all the shit he did. I don't want to get into his personal life shit, but all the stuff that he went through. And after all of that, he's still standing out there on a rehearsal stage going, how can we move in a new direction with this music? Yeah. Right. Like that is, to me, one of the most admirable things that anybody can ever have, to always be willing to say, what can I do to be better at whatever it is that I'm doing? Even if I think that I know everything, you don't. Yeah. And the people who can have the most incredible impact are the people who have 50 years doing something, who have 30, 40, whatever it is, however long. The people who have mastered it, they're the ones who have the most skills to do it. But if they're closed to being innovative, then they can't do anything.
So you're saying Wizards should hire a bunch of gray-haired grognards to start getting back in shape, or instead of these 22-year-olds?
I don't know that there's any amount of work we can do to prevent the ship from sinking at this time.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, we're Winston Churchill, and the French are just burning their ship. That's just like I said, like that's what it's time to leave. It's not like let's not stay here and watch the French burn all their documents. Let's get the fuck out of here and figure out what we're going to do for the rest of this damn war. That's the time it is that they've fallen. It's over. In my opinion.
Rules Cyclopedia was definitely a precursor to Axe. Back me, yes, but Rules Cyclopedia is closer in my eyes, at least, to Axe. I think, but Greg, you've given yourself advice. Now, there's a lot of people here who may want to publish someday, right? They're thinking about it. They're scared. They don't know what the fuck to do. They've heard your process. They heard your software. They heard your what you do, why you do it, how you did it, why you got into it, what you learned along the way, your mistakes, your successes, what makes you tick. You've given yourself, young self, advice. What would you give in terms of advice to anybody new who wants to publish something who has not done it yet? Just let loose. What would you tell them? You're a mentor. You are the Obi-Wan.
Advice, Joe.
You are Obi-Wan.
This advice, which is do it.
Do it.
I told Joe, and I've said this multiple places. This is not some secret.
Oh, this is endless. Yes,
I've said this live on the air on Eric's podcast a dozen times. If you have a great thing that you've made, maybe a mediocre thing even, and you die, it's gone.
Yeah.
Right. But if you write it down or preserve it or publish it in some way, even if you don't think it's that great, somebody else will at least have it.
Yeah.
And then they could, read Blood Island and go,
you knew that was coming.
Yeah, you knew it was coming.
I knew those 2 words were coming.
They could read Blood Island and they could go, this Joe guy got off to the right start, but I see a way to make Blood Island into whatever, right? Mm-hmm. But if you never publish Blood Island, that moment will never happen. And everything that you've created and worked on in your brain will just, in one of my favorite quotes from Shawshank Redemption, up and gone like a fart in the wind.
A fart in the wind.
Right? Yeah, it's just gone. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
So preserve it, write it down. Don't have too big of an ego to wipe yourself off the face of the universe, right? Write it down, pass it on to others, and yes, you'll look back, like I said, with the stuff that I did at the beginning. You'll look back, you'll go, this wasn't that great. But if you never take that first step,
mm-hmm.
if you never invest the time in getting yourself a publisher account, because you don't want to fill out a form.
I have one already. I have a publisher account. I have Analog Man Cave. It is a publisher account set up.
All right.
It's there.
That's what it is. That's where it's at, man.
Yeah, it's coming, dude. It's coming.
Force yourself to do the thing.
It is coming. It is coming.
If that takes shame, then it takes shame. If your friend needs to tell you, publish Blood Island 148 times, then that's what it takes.
It will come. It will come. I have a let me see if I can share this. This is back when I used to run shit on flail snails. It was Blood Island and stuff like that, because I had various incarnations of this thing. I had created this, I don't know, it was like, I guess you could say an advertisement for it, right? But this is what I was putting out there. Blood Island, where is it? Let me get this out of the way. There it is. Blood Island side. That was my advertisement for the Blood Island game back when I was doing it. So to give you an idea of what it was all about, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Napalm in the morning, baby.
Yeah, a lot of time, like I said, with the thing about taste, your taste was higher than your creation, so you hate on it. But the only way it's going to get better or be created at all is if you do it. Don't sit there and hate on your own stuff that you've partially written. Finish it.
It's brilliant. I don't think I hate on it. I think it's the most greatest thing ever worked. In fact, I made a Patreon account already for Analog Man Cave, and I've said the Patreon for the greatest RPG ever written by a human being, I think, is the name of my Patreon account. So I'm fully confident in my abilities that I will bypass that 10,000 hours because I have you motherfuckers in my chat to bounce things off of, and you're 10,000 hours.
It only took 10 years.
That's it.
For you to reach that level of confidence.
I will. I've been running games for 40 years. I've been DMing for 40 years. I've been writing shit for 40 years. Now it's time to just like put it in the fucking format people like and put it out there, Yeah. But yeah, it's coming. And you talk about a legacy, right? I mean, that's really what you're talking about here is in the sense of legacy. I don't have kids and I've never been married. I have nephews and nieces. I'm the cool uncle. You know what I mean? But I've been thinking about that as you get older, obviously. You're not this ancient age that I am and the rest of us are yet. But you start thinking about a legacy. What are you going to leave behind? And I've always thought to myself, always, fiction writing, something like that. And there's going to be some element to that in this whole thing too. The backstory, the history, whatnot. But I've always thought the coolest thing in the universe, because I'm a used bookstore guy, would be to see one of my books or something I've written show up in a used bookstore. And I don't know why that's such a great fantasy for me, because it means that somebody basically, read it and gave it away. But I just want to see it out in the wilds. It's not the same if it's a Barnes and Noble.
Be able to hold it.
Yeah, I want to have my fucking thing in my hands. I'm sorry, that sounded weird. My book in my hands, and I want to put it out there. I want to see this fucking product. You know what I mean? So it's come someday. Yeah. It'll come someday. Yeah, it'll happen. So, any other advice for people, Greg? You talked about your strategy, your style, your strategy, all that stuff. Any other advice would you give people?
Reach out to other people. Develop a network of people that if you have a genuine interest in what other people are doing, don't do this in a false sense.
Yeah.
Right. But if you have a genuine interest in what people are doing and you reach out to them and you say, I really like what you're doing here. Can you give me some advice on how I can do X? Right. And make it a small, keep these things small. Like how can I get, I don't know how to get stock art, like I brought up as an example. Yeah. I don't know where does that come from? Yeah. Ask the question. I'm going to be talking to a lot of people at North Texas about how to do Kickstarting stuff, how to do marketing stuff that I have no experience in doing.
Well, you'll get to meet Kelsey and her wife there. I met them 2 years ago.
Yeah, I'm going to try to be as unobtrusive as I can.
Yeah,
I'm going to try to be. If they don't have time to talk about it, that's fine. But I'm going to say, I really admire what you did with whatever it is, depending on the person I'm talking to. Just to use an example that's not ShadowDark related, maybe tangentially, but the Black Lodge Games guys, both approach problems from an angle that I do not think at all. Like it's very different from me. When they launched their Kickstarter, they had a 4-hour techno rave dance party live stream on their. Yeah, I'm serious. I know it was.
Rave? We're talking like glow lights and all that shit. Disco balls.
You can. Matt is running a turntable. I mean, like they're killing it, right? And it was goofy and crazy, and I'm sure it would be very easy to sit back and go, "Oh, I'm so much cooler than that." But to think of that, to go through with that, to use that, it was an innovative way. You get a lot of people going, oh my, like it's cool. You can come in and talk to these people while the Kickstarter's, just launch. You ask questions in the chat and they'll talk to you about the Kickstarter that they're launching. They're showing you that they can kind of make fun of themselves a little bit, wear goofy outfits and dance to music and be fun. And I can tell you, like, I honestly would have never, ever never thought of doing
that. That's fucking random.
Yeah. And I can think of 10, 15 things like that's done that I'm like, I would not have thought of that. So when I see these guys in North Texas, like I said, I'm in both of their games. They're running more than those. I'm just saying I'm in one with each. I'm gonna play their game. I'm not gonna bring it up during the game because I'm a civilized person. But I'm gonna say,
you're a man of manners and class, unlike me.
I want to talk to you about. I'm gonna show, if they'll let me show them some stuff and say, what do you guys think I should do with this particular thing? Because they will tell me stuff that I will not get from anyone else.
Yeah.
Right. And they know that I am genuinely a fan of their work. I show up in their podcast chat all the time. I tell they've said positive things about my stuff. I'm not sending a bunch of PMs to people that I don't know and saying, hey, whatever. Like develop genuine networking connections and talk to those people. As an introverted person, it does not come easy to me. It doesn't. I have to think. I said on, I can't remember where I was on Eric's stream. Where I said my big part of my marketing strategy is saying thank you. I have to manually. I have to manually flip my brain and say, that person said something nice about my product, my thing. They said I bought the thing. I have to say thank you to them, because as a introverted person who would just sit here and not talk to people if it was, an option, it doesn't occur to me to do that. I said this on Mike and Eric's Talking Crit. I was saying, my wife, I use that as an example on the stream. My wife will, when I come back from talking to a male friend of mine, she'll go, did you ask him about this? And I'm like, no, I didn't talk about that. One of the guys that was at this work function this week, he's got 2 daughters, and my wife was like, did you ask him about his daughters? And I was like, nope, that's not what I talk about with men.
Yeah.
I don't think of asking that question.
There was a meme going around about that. I saw a meme about that. It was just like the man goes out to hang out with the dude and comes back, and the wife's like, so how is he doing? Huh? She goes, huh? Well, they're getting divorced, right? And he goes, okay. Did you talk about it? No.
No.
How are the kids dealing with it? I don't know. Did you talk about how his soon-to-be ex-wife is hell holding up? No. Well, then what the fuck did you talk about? Well, I know he got a new set of golf clubs. This is guys.
I just don't think like that. I don't think like that. I also use the example of my wife will ask other couples when we get together for some business, personal, whatever thing, and she'll say, so how did you guys first meet? I've never asked anyone in my entire life, how did you first meet your romantic partner? It's never occurred to me to ask. I will not ask it ever in the rest of my life. It does not ever cross my mind. She thinks about it, and she asks, right? So I have to think in my head on purpose, I need to do this. I need to say this, because the marketing stuff and the communicating with people, it does not.
Where napkins come in handy, Greg. When you bring a napkin with you got to blow your nose. You're faking it. You're reading the napkin to get notes. That's what it is.
That's a good strategy.
Yeah, see? You
can only blow your nose so many times, though, before it gets weird.
And you better not blow it on the part you wrote on. That's the problem.
Yeah. But you see what I'm saying? Like that there are people out there who think differently from you.
Yeah.
Recognize that. Don't be like, I've got this all under control. Figure out, who's doing stuff in a way that you can't do like naturally. Your brain just doesn't work that way. And then ask them, talk to them, say, I really admire how you do this particular thing, and get their input on it. That's just a lot of times people will sit and I see this manifest when they release a role play game and they said 12 years in the making or something like that. Like, well, that is a red flag like you wouldn't fucking believe, Like that means this person has been getting no input from anyone else and spending all of their time for 12 years working on some weird arcane thing that doesn't take into account what other people are doing in the industry or idea. They've never heard of all these other different products that are experimenting with different ideas because they've just been living in their own
narrow focus,
their own little narrow world. Like you need to get out. You need to play games. Like I tell my son all the time, he's 14. If you want to be able to write, you have to read first. You have to. You can't just learn how to write a fantastic thing if you've never read books. You need to read books. If you want to write games, you need to play games. You need to play games often. You need to experiment with different
kinds of games.
Yeah,
that's why I'm always down to play a new system. If you do, I mean, like I said, I'm not playing the Monday night game anymore, or the Tuesday night. I forget which. The one that Tim and Flint and Erudite and everyone's playing in. Vance and all that. But if you're going to run Pendragon, I'll break the fast.
I don't want to commit to it because I have a lot of shit going on right now. But if I had time, I have a Saturday night group that I'm 100% committed to long term. It's an integrated part of my life, and I do a lot of playtesting in that group. I do a lot of I let other people, I let other people teach me in that group, right?
Yeah.
I do stuff like that. That it's important to not be the forever DM. You need to see things from the other side. Also,
Agreed.
I played ShadowDark rather than just always run it because I had another guy, David B, who wanted to run the campaign, and I said I want to play.
Yeah.
And I just randomly took a character, and he was a thief with 1 hit point, and I said, let's fucking do it. Let's do it. And that's what you got to do. Like, I'm at the point where I said this in the game chat a couple of weeks ago. I was like, I would prefer a game almost if it was all other things being equal, where I can just press a button and it randomly pick. I like that there's choices. And I will analyze whether I like this race better than that race, or whether this class is better than that class. But I want to just see what happens if I just press that random ass button.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And to me, it's very similar to like, hey, Blackwall, what's going on? Yeah. It's very similar to when I play video game. Like Fallout 4. I've played a ton of Fallout 4. And it's at the point now where I've played it the way you would normally play the game. So when I open up, if I'm like, I'm going to play another run through Fallout 4, which is quite a time commitment, 40 hours probably at least. I say, what am I going to do that is really different and weird and hard at this point? I'm going to play a guy who only fights unarmed, and the only outfits he can wear are radiation suits with 0 armor value. I'm gonna just run around and punch the shit out of people, and it's gonna be hard as fuck, man. It's gonna be hard as fuck, but it's way better than playing that game again in the same way again, over and over and over. I love video games with hardcore modes. I love video games where you can. Civ 6 is one of my favorite strategy games. Crusader Kings 3 is another one where you can get a unique, different game every time you play it, right? And that's the thing. Like that's what I want. I don't want to play the same thing over and over and over again, and you don't learn anything if that's what you do. If you play the same 3rd edition D&D game 4 million times, you will not learn anything about RPGs, really. I mean, you will think you're learning things about RPGs, but if you play 3rd edition, and then you play 2nd edition, and then you play 4th edition, and then you play 5th edition, and then you play Axe, and you play ShadowDark, and then you go, okay, I'm not going to even play medieval fantasy anymore. I'm going to play Traveler. I'm going to play Alien. I'm going to play war games like Blackwall just put Horde Wars. I'm gonna do different things. I'm gonna play Axe, and I'm gonna start at level 9 right out the gate with soldiers right out the fucking gate. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. You can learn that way. Pendragon, Ars Magica, Vampire. I kind of cringe when I hear people who I know have played hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of role-playing games, and they go, I've never even opened Vampire the Masquerade. I'm like, how can you be confident that you know what's going? Like, this is a super popular thing that millions of people have played and touched. Like, you need to know what they've done, what they're doing.
I have a stack of Vampire books. A couple of years ago, I was at a local game store, and I guess somebody brought in a shit ton of Vampire books, like this many, and they were just sitting there for like a couple bucks each. They were old, they were some in bad condition, but I'm like, you know what? There's valuable information there, and I took the whole stack to the counter, and I said I'm going to buy these. They were the basic books and a bunch of supplements about various clans and this, and I browsed through them. It's great shit-terial. Reading material while you take
your shit-terial principle.
You can't beat it. You can't beat it. So basically, so your advice to everybody, right? Just write, number one, network the shit out of it, genuinely interested in people,
Yeah,
network the hell out of
genuinely.
it.
Don't
Right?
don't spam people.
Yeah.
Don't send out a million emails. I'm saying pick the people that are most like what you want,
Yes.
what you want to be, what you want to do, how you
Mhm.
want to play, and talk to those people.
Yeah. Yep. And then expand your horizons to everything as a player and as a DM to everything out there under the sun. That's your 3 bits of advice.
That is my epic wisdom for you.
All right. And that's what this is all about. Epic.
And knowing is half the battle, kids. Yes.
I thought just say no was half the battle. Isn't that what we brought up on?
That's
just
the other half.
That's the other half. Just say no. Knowing and just say no. God, so this is what I want, guys. I didn't think we'd get to 3 hours, but we're here 3.5 hours. The Greg is gracious enough to sit through this whole goddamn thing. But I wanted a conversation and a little bit of an interview in there with those rapid fire questions because I want to do this with everybody. I want to get all the big RPG luminaries who are willing to subject themselves to this. 3.5 hours of torture but getting to know somebody because I think it's valuable rather than just getting there and pimping your shit. But speaking of pimping your shit, Greg, what do you got? What you got?
All right. So with respect to, I'm going to do Adventure Conquer King first because I don't talk about it enough.
All right. And I'm going to put up a link to your drive-through page. That's where everything is sold, right?
Oh yeah. Let me just pop that over to you.
Yeah. I'll link it. You put it in the private chat, and I'll stick it everywhere.
Yeah.
Because Greg's drive-through page is where you can buy everything he has. While he's pulling it up, guys, if anybody's on my channel who doesn't know what the hell Greg is, I don't know what you've been doing, but go and subscribe to his Twitter. Anybody on Greg's Twitter doesn't know who the hell I am. I'm hurt, insulted, and offended, but subscribe to my YouTube. All right. So,
I've written two things for Adventure Conquer King 2. The first one is called Warlords of Gavardia. And one of the things, I will be critical of Alexander McCrease here. I love you, buddy. But Alexander McCrease should have done, in my opinion, what I did with Warlords of Gavardia for the Aran Empire in Axe, which is I have a huge world map. It's 9,800 hexes.
That's the one you ran us through, right? In your game?
This is not what you... No, that's Terra Invictus. We'll get to that later.
Okay.
So it's a 9,800 hex map. It is every single hex within the imperial border of this empire has all of the stats that are in Adventure Conquer King, right? Land value, the current morale level of the population, market size, population, all the stuff that you would need. And you will need this in the X2 chassis to raise an army as the owner of that land. Because it's, when you're at the king level, whatever, conqueror level, better. So it has every single hex in this empire. So we could say you want to be, I have different titles. I'm not going to get into that, but the equivalent of a duke, right? You want to be a duke in this area. I can tell you the exact hexes that you control. I can tell you the populations that live there. I can give you the exact thing, and you can just jump into it just like fucking Birthright, right? Like, boom, now you're this dude, right? It has all of those territories are allocated out. So this is the Baron, this is the Count, this is the Duke of the overlording over all these areas. It's all mapped out, right? And then McCrease has in X2, there's a goods system. So that, like, when you're one of the classes, the charisma-based class called the Venturer, you can move goods as you're moving around the map and sell like a merchant and make money. And there's a whole system of determining whether, like, supply, not like it's hard to sell metal to dwarves, right? You need to bring them something that they can't make. So if you try to sell metal, the demand will be low because they're producing that themselves. But the demand for fish will be high because they don't make fish. Right? They don't fish. Right? Yep. So all those stats for all the major cities in the game are put in the back as an appendix, right? And I have I have all the different provinces of the empire. Some of them are kind of feudal. Some of them are run kind of like military occupation because they're on the edge fighting against enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are run as oligarchical mercantile states. There's all these different provinces. There's a system for how the empire works.
Yep.
It's more like a Venetian, Carthaginian empire than a Roman Greek type empire. A mix of all these different cultures, descriptions of all this stuff is in there, so that you can jump in and play at whatever level you want. You can be A, C, S, doesn't matter. Yeah, K, whatever. There's no S on it. Whatever, but you can play at any level you want, right? You can jump in, and there's a frontier, there's an empire, all this stuff. I wish that he made it for the Aran Empire, which would be fantastic. I think he would make a lot of money if he did it. I understand he's a busy man, but yeah, he's got that. So then I made a module within that system, within that empire, that is a 9th level campaign with all of the characters to start out at that named level kind of level. Mm-hmm. And you have a big reservoir of gold on your character sheet. You have resources. You have people that you have assets. You can come up with a plan for, I'm going to raise an army and take over this place. There's on the little cutout part of the map that I picked for this module, there's areas that are controlled by hobgoblins and orcs and stuff that you could conquer. There's human areas that you could try to coup and take over as a political leader. There's places for you to just turn all that money into magic items and go adventuring and kill the shit out of 9th and 10th level type monster problems. All that kind of stuff in there for you to jump right in at 9th level and start kicking ass.
All right.
And like I said earlier, if ShadowDark hadn't come out, the sales for those two products would be acceptable to me under the old amount of sales that I used to make before ShadowDark. But
real paradigm.
Compared to the way that ShadowDark moves product, it is not advantageous for me to use the limited time that I have to write stuff for Adventure Conquer King. I would love if that changed, but I only have a limited amount of time.
Yeah.
And I want the things that I write, the things that I create to interact with the most number of people as I can, without compromise. I'm not compromising my values and principles and things. I'm just saying, like, I'm going to create a thing. I want to create it for a system that will connect with the most.
Yeah, you want to sell it and make money. I
said that about Adventure Conquer. But for ShadowDark, I've written a player's companion, which adds a huge number of ancestries and class choices. I think it's 24 ancestries and 36 classes. It has a huge amount of equipment. A lot of that equipment is the ideas from Ambition and Avarice that we talked about earlier. About that equipment list for Ambition and Avarice was massive, and that has been brought over there, right? The you see those two, the expanded equipment and the expanded character options. Those are the two PDFs that were later combined into the one print-on-demand object that is the Player's Companion. So the Player's Companion, I basically built it as a series of PDF, and then it became one thing, because you don't want to make like a 50-page POD. It's not that big. And then the that PDF to die for there, number 10, that was a treasure supplement for ShadowDark that has a huge amount of treasure in it. And then I eventually wrote a ton more Game Master stuff and turned that into the Game Master Companion.
And that is over here.
Number one.
Companion. $9 on sale, baby.
Yeah. I tend to leave products on sale for the first month, maybe month and a half, and then it goes away. And both of those products are into their second month. So that discount will be going away. So there's those. ShadowSun is an adaptation. ShadowSun is my most popular item in terms of total number of people. It's a platinum. It's It's over halfway to mythical.
Yeah.
It's really been successful. It's a ShadowDark conversion of Dark Sun. I added enough stuff because I wasn't sure how pissed off Wizards of the Coast would be.
Yeah.
So I made sure that there was a lot of differentiation points that I could make an argument if I needed to. And so that's what ShadowSun is. Shadow Rim is the adaptation of Skyrim. Shadow Rim has a totally new system of class design compared to ShadowDark. It uses star signs. If remember, if anybody plays Shadow Rim, or Skyrim, excuse me, when you level up, you open up this basically a star chart, and there's all these different constellations for each thing in the game, like heavy armor, light armor, all the different magics, stealth skills, everything like that, right? And you unlock stars in the constellations as your character gets more powerful. So in Shadowrim, instead of a class, when you level up, in ShadowDark, you roll 2d6 and you get a random talent off of a 2d6 table in base ShadowDark. So in Shadowrim, you roll 2d6 and then you pick, based on that number, one of 11 stars in a constellation.
Yeah.
And when you unlock that star, you get that ability. So they're non-linear ability. They don't add on each other. No matter what, there's 11 options. It's not. They're not connected. So you might get this spell, you might get that spell, you might get this ability. It takes your character in a direction that's out of your control in that respect. And it brings in ideas from Skyrim that people really love. The comments that I get are mostly focused on that. The alchemy system, for instance, in Skyrim, there's each item that you can use in alchemy has 4 possible effects that are connected to it, but you can only learn them by combining them. So if you take an item that has an invisibility effect as one of the 4 things, and another item that has invisibility and a different 3 things, right? So the lists for these 2 different alchemical items are only the same with respect to invisibility.
Yeah.
And you put them in the same potion, you get an invisibility potion, right? And people really love alchemy from Skyrim. So I was like, how can I do this in a way that will be, useful at the table? Because if it's in the book, what each alchemical item has, people will just look it up, right? And it won't be an experimental thing that you figure out through play. So I made it so that when you get an alchemical item, there's a list of what they are. But when you get them, you have to roll randomly each time to do the experiments, right? So in my game, the hawk feather might have invisibility as one of its items on its list. But in your game, when you got a hawk feather, you rolled and it was resist poison, right? So it's randomly determined on the spot in a way that I think is really cool. People have really commented that they really like that. The enchanting system is similar to Skyrim, and it uses a lot of the randomization of magic items that Kelsey brought in, where you're rolling a benefit and you're rolling a curse. And in Skyrim, you power magic items using soul gems, with a soul trapped inside this gem using magic. And so in Shadowrim, if you use enough soul gems, you can delete the curse off of your item, or you can improve it, you can make things more powerful. So I built all that in. So it maps all the things that I loved about Skyrim onto it. So that's, when I said, that's my kind of the thing that I'm most passionate about is that, and it never occurred to me until after I'd played ShadowDark, after I'd played ShadowSun for a while, and I realized what could be possible within this system.
Yeah.
Right. So those are the two biggest settings that I've had: ShadowSun and ShadowRim. And then if you scroll over to the side, the other way.
Oh,
sorry. Terra Invictus, right there. That is the one that we play tested together. The one that we played was for Ambition and Avarice.
Yes, yes.
But I converted it. It started as a conversion. It was just going to be a simple conversion.
Yeah.
I was optimistic. But what happened is, as I started converting it, I realized how incredible the tools that were in ShadowDark could be leveraged, especially with respect to solo play, which I had no experience with before I did this. I was watching Matt Jackson videos at the time that I was doing this conversion.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, man. You got to suffer through that.
No problem. And then I realized that in the design, I had all of these icons that I was using to organize the information, right? To me, it was just an organizational intervention. Yeah. I just wanted to make it easier for the GM to find in a pinch what the description of the trap was, what the weather was in this hex, or whatever, right? And then when I started thinking about the solo play stuff for the first time, I realized these icons could become a way of playing it in a solo pattern, like a lone wolf book, like a choose your own adventure book, right? And so let me actually, I will pull up an example.
All right,
and I will walk you through it.
Okay.
But I could not have imagined when I started doing this that it would be just such an amazing difference from anything that I had ever worked on before. My son got so addicted to doing this that we were catching him up at 1 and 2 in the morning playing it.
Playing your game?
Yeah, playing it solo.
That's awesome.
Amazing.
And you kind of feel guilty punishing him, don't you?
Yeah, you know? How is this possible? You know? So let me just find this real quick, and then I'll screen share it.
That's kind of cool because you want to punish him because he's up late, but at the same time he's playing Dad's game. So what are you going to do?
Yeah. I mean, and it's a hard parenting call, folks. It's rough. So let me find. Looking for this monastery so that it's the same one.
Everybody go to Greg's channel, his Twitter, and subscribe over there. Links are in the chat. Click on my YouTube, subscribe, become members, all that happy horse shit.
Okay, here we go. Let me screen share this.
All right. I'm getting the hang of this restream. A little quirks. It's different than StreamYards, but it's good.
Okay. So you see this hex.
Yep, you have the comms.
All right, so you're in hex 3513. There are like 300 hexes on this map. So this is in a peaceful area. It is, from the character's point of view, it feels like nothing dangerous would be going on in this hex.
Yep.
Okay. In ShadowDark, there are different categories of danger that determine how often you make a random encounter check. And this is a safe area. So you're only making a random encounter check once a day, right? Very, very, and the random encounters in these areas are like maybe 4 or 5 of them are peaceful things. And the odds of a combat are very low, right? So the way this icon system is, you can see the icons, right? So when you come into a hex, there's a weather and a first look that you can just read. So you can just read this. You're solo playing it. You can just read it, right? Then this question mark icon indicates.
Bigger, Greg? Can you?
Let me sorry.
It's hard to see for even me.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
So there you go. So This question mark icon indicates that you're going to have to make an investigation check here, basically, in order to proceed. So it's an intelligence check. If you make the check, you can read this. If you fail the check, and this is kind of like, like you're playing Lone Wolf, you can't go that way, right? Now you can cheat if you want, if you're a loser.
Mm-hmm.
You can cheat, but don't cheat. Don't cheat yourself. This is like this
cheat,
part of the experience.
Don't cheat.
Yeah, don't be Joe. Don't cheat. Okay. So you make an intelligence check. You find, because you were like poking around in the hex looking for things. You weren't just passing through. You find an abbey, right? Okay. And you can continue going. Each of these checks is like you spending an hour, 2 hours poking around, right? So you say, okay, I'm going to spend more time here. So you found this abbey. It's run by the monks for the demigod of youth. Okay, so they've got all these qualities. You say, okay, I'm gonna keep poking around. You make another check, right? You find out there's a unusual number of young men here, right? And you figure out that they're hiding from military service, basically, because this country is at war. So you say, okay, so there's a reason why there's a bunch of these guys around here. So at this introduces, like, you could go report these people for hiding from military service, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this kind of campfire icon indicates that if you stay in the hex long enough for there to be either 6 hours or overnight, you have to read this. There's no check. So you've been here for long enough. The abbey is attacked by drow. Okay, and then you realize they're not reporting that these drow are attacking because they don't want the military coming down here, right, and finding all of these guys. So there's more things that are coming up for you to do, right? Even if you weren't playing solo play, this would introduce a ton of things for the party to grapple with, right? Okay. So then, now that you know the abbey is being attacked, you could leave the hex at any time, right? But you're keep going. So I'm going to keep making these checks, right? So the icons are organizing your play. And I'm going to keep going and figuring out what's going on. Now, if you were having a GM and you were running this with a GM, the GM could just only tell you this if you're poking around a lot.
Yeah.
Right. So the GM can control it without checks. The checks are there if you're running it solo.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you run another check. You figure out that the drow are using an old well to come up and down. Right. Eventually, if you keep going, you'll find out that there's a dungeon underneath the abbey. There's undead down there. Beneath the undead is the drow. Right. So you could either attack them down I don't know how many people have tried descending a well to attack people that can see in the dark, but that is a tough proposition, right? So you could go through these catacombs and fight the drow, right? And it tells you that they're well prepared. It tells you that they have traps. It tells you they have driders. They have princesses. These are all monsters in the ShadowDark core book, right? Drow, driders, drow princesses. And then one of the princesses is in possession of a scimitar of the Ash Moon, which is a magic item in the ShadowDark core book, right? Now, these dungeon icons indicate that there is a random dungeon system in ShadowDark, so I don't have to make this dungeon for you. If you decide to go down there, you can roll the dungeon randomly as you're going down there.
Oh, Gygax style, the old DMG. Yeah.
Right? So you can make everything dynamically, right? I describe towns, and I provide a lot of detail for towns, but you can use the random settlement system in ShadowDark to map those towns and say, this is where the market is, this is where so it integrates in, like I said, with the ShadowDark core rules, right? And I never would have thought of this if I hadn't watched Matt Jackson videos and been converting this over with these icons. But I think it works really well.
Yeah.
You can play this. You can play this for a long time, right? On just running this way. Dungeons and Dyslexia guy, Adrian, he said he's been sneaking in hex exploration at the end of his day because he said he wants to know. He's like, what's going to be in the next hex over there? It's a great way of experiencing the book, and I think this is a problem we've all grappled with, is that you buy a book and you don't have anybody to play with the book. Right? Okay.
Yep.
That happens, right? If you buy this, even if you cannot get a group together to play, you can play.
Yeah.
Right? You can experience the book without you. I mean, it's one thing to read the module and go, oh man, it would be cool to find this room or whatever. It's another thing to roll up random characters and find the room. And I want to point out here that one of the random encounters in this hex, let me zoom in here because it's hard for old men like Matt to see.
Tell me about it.
Is a wooden ladder leaning up against a tree inscribed with the name Matt. Okay. There is another ladder in this book somewhere else that is also a Matt Jackson reference.
Oh, that's fantastic. If you guys don't know, we all bust Matt Jackson's balls because he's a grouchy old bastard, even though he's kind of younger than most of us, except Greg. But he's the great-great-grandfather of the OSR. And he, a couple of years ago, fell off a fucking 15-foot ladder and technically died. And he pulled an Evel Knievel and broke all kinds of shit. And so, so of course we bust his chops for dying from falling off a ladder. So yeah,
that's part of the male code. Unfortunately,
it is. We don't ask what's the divorce and how's the kids doing, but we do golf clubs and did you die, and we're gonna make fun of you if you did. That's how we roll. That's what we do.
That's how it is. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
God help me if I fall off a ladder. Oh my God.
No, it'd be a crater if I fell off a ladder.
Oh my God. It is gonna be so bad.
We'll hear it.
I will have to just tell you guys that I got hit. I got hit by a car or something. I mean, at least it won't be a ladder. I mean, God, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you the truth.
No, we'll never live it down. Matt would just have his revenge forever. Just laugh at us. We can't.
If I even thought about going up a ladder, I would actually have a moment of, if I go up this ladder and I fall, I will never hear the end of it. I can't do it. I can't do it.
No. I mean, at this point in our age and our weight, we got to look at the ladder's weight limits before we even step on the fucking thing. You know. So yeah, there's a factor there too. One thing to fall off a ladder, another thing to have all the steps collapse under your fucking fat ass, like a Bugs Bunny cartoon or something.
That's right.
You know?
That's right.
It's a whole different story, you know. Matt has.
Well, both of us are very tall guys with big shoulders.
Yes, we are,
and that makes it. That's a whole nother.
How tall are you anyway? Are you 6 foot?
I'm 6'1". Yeah. And I have like linebacker shoulders.
Yeah, I'm 6.
Very big.
I was 6'3". I'm 6'2.5" now because I think all the fat has crunched my spinal cord. So, you know, I've lost a half an inch somewhere along the way. Maybe I should go to space and stretch myself out. But yeah. But I think we're both about the same weight though. So yeah, we got the same kind of typical thing. Listen, man, we've been going on for 4 hours and 8 minutes. This is everything I hope for and more for the first interview, because it's all the history, all of what makes you tick, everything about your game design philosophy, all that stuff.
I wanted to set a high bar.
You did. I don't know if anybody's ever going to do this again. If I reach out to like Talani and Matt French and say, hey, you want to do a 3 or 4 hour interview? Like, fuck you. And the horse you rode in on, bitch. So we'll have to think, because we're all of an age where we have to take a nap before it. You know what I mean? Just to make sure we get through it. Right. Yeah. So that's
I worked an 8-hour workday before this. Yeah. All you need is Ritalin, folks, and anything is possible.
And now we know the secret to Greg's success. The tip that he hasn't shown anybody.
I've said this on a few live streams.
Have you?
It's changed my life in a ton of ways. Because I did not. I was describing it to somebody this week in real life. I think I was just a high functioning ADD person because I'm not hyperactive. I'm just a daydreaming person who gets distracted and can't focus on things. And I was just able to force myself through, I don't know, maybe it's an IQ thing, maybe it's whatever, that I was able to just, even if I procrastinated to the last minute, I could finish the thing. You know, I could squeeze it in, and that was good enough. You know. But when I started taking methylphenidate, there's a few varieties. Dimethylphenidate's called Focalin. It's been harder to get since the supply chain shortages that happened around COVID times. But methylphenidate is basically Ritalin with a lot of improvements since when I was a young man, and Ritalin kind of turned you into a zombie.
That's what I've always heard about it. It just made you like fucking dead.
But for me, it's like, you know how I think everybody has this feeling to some degree. There's like a certain time of day. Maybe it's for me, it was almost always between 2 and 4 in the afternoon. There's a certain time of day when you could just sit down and just really power through all kinds of thought stuff, right?
You know what mine is, Greg? 8 o'clock to 1 a.m.
I have another burst later in the day. I'm thinking more of like how I handle work things that are cognitively difficult, stuff like that, you know. And there are a lot of things that I would be working on late into the evening because I don't think well before noon.
No, me either.
It's not natural to me.
No,
But the way that the Ritalin works, the way that I think is easiest to understand if you've never taken it, is it's like putting you in your most productive, in the zone moment. On demand. That's what it like it's like, I need to get this thing done for work. I need to finish this chapter. I need whatever it is. And whatever your dosage is for your weight and issues, whatever it is, and you boop and boom, it's done. Like you are in the zone. And I mean fast. Like if I take 20 or 30 milligrams, like within 15 minutes, I go from I can't focus on this to just programming, like super focused with the headphones on, and you're like you're just getting everything done, like that level of focus.
Nice.
Like that.
Nice.
And it doesn't. I don't need it all day. I don't need it when I'm, relaxing with my family, and I don't need it when I'm on the beach, and I don't need it when I'm driving, and I don't need whatever. But when I need to sit down and do some heavy cognitive shit.
Yeah, you got a Saturday off when you're talking about a 12-hour grind. Yeah.
It is amazing. It's amazing.
All right. That's the fourth secret to success. So
if you can think like that all the time, God bless you. I just can't do it.
No, I can't. Before noon, I'm a zombie. I'm a fucking zombie. I'm like, if left to my own devices, ever since I was a kid, pre-teenage years, I'm up till 3 a.m. and I sleep till 11:30. It's just my circadian rhythm. And the best job I ever had was second shift at a convenience store, 3 to midnight. Perfect. Just perfect. And after that, hang out, go do some things, go to bed at 3, 4 o'clock, get up at 11, have a couple hours, go to work. That was an ideal shift for me. I just, unfortunately, in this world we live in, you can't really do that, So
that's right.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. They
found out that the best time to educate children is from about 10 in the morning until early evening.
That makes sense.
But that doesn't fit with the schedules that adults have worked out for themselves.
Yeah.
So we force kids to go in barely awake and suffer through hours of class where they're not able to even fucking pay attention. Yeah. And then we send them home right at the time when they could do that.
Yeah. But they're so tired, they just want to take a fucking nap. That's really it. Yeah. So listen, guys, thank you very much for listening. We had like upwards of like 160, and about 120, 130 of them are yours, Greg, from X. Jesus Christ.
Awesome.
I had like 20 something in YouTube going. I'm down to 8, and now I'm up to like 19 in X. So thank you all for. I noticed I had a couple subscribers. Greg, you got a few new people. You're over 1,000 again in your X.
All right.
So you gave me.
I haven't been working. I've been trying to focus on.
Yeah. No, I've been letting you talk and bouncing back in. So you gave me a few. I gave you a few. Hopefully, we get some subscribers out of this and more fans. And I appreciate you doing this because it's like the first, hopefully, of a long series of videos that are basically long form conversations. Set some questions in there, interview style, but just like this, a conversation, trying to get to know the person, know the creator, know the RPG industry person, know what makes them tick, know what their journey through life was and how they got to where they're at. And maybe teach you guys some things about, hey, you want to publish something? Here's how to do it. Here's a resource. And Greg is cool. You reach out to him on X or something like that. Like he was saying to you guys, reach out to people who know stuff, who you appreciate, who you like their stuff. You like Greg's stuff, reach out to him. You make him more part of your network and figure out, what he may be able to help you out or give you some tips or advice or something like that. Everybody in the OSR is cool like that, from what I've seen. There aren't too many dickheads in the OSR, I got to say. Everybody complains about a bunch of old bastards, those old men screaming at clouds thing, but it's not like that, really. It's a kind of a cool net. We'll bust your balls if you fall off a ladder and die. Don't get me wrong.
On themselves. They're telling on themselves in a way, because most people are pretty chill if you don't show up and start intentionally poking their buttons in a way.
Yeah.
The basic expert had a thing, ongoing where he's like, I don't know why people show up in my comments. They make rude and insulting comments to me. And then when I make rude and insulting comments back to them, they're like, whoa, why are you attacking me? It's like, what the fuck did you think was going to happen?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you stupid?
Yeah.
And that's, it's kind of like people have this perspective sometimes, like they're just a rabbit in the clearing and there's no predators around and they're just hoppity dippity. Like, if you go around and start fucking with people, they will fuck with you right back.
Well, there's a whole generation, sub Gen X, who are used to fucking with people online and not suffering the consequences of a kick in the fucking head or a punch in the face or a curb stomp, right? That's the problem. They never got their ass kicked for talking shit, and so they talk shit online. And so people a little older, you're older millennial. There's older millennials and Gen X and above.
I'm the first year of millennials.
That's what I mean. Yeah, you're an older millennial.
I'm not a millennial in my mind. In the way
no,
I was raised like a Gen X kid.
Yeah. And so, I mean, you grew up with like that. But the younger millennials and Gen Zs and wherever the fuck they're coming up next, they don't understand that you talk shit, fuck around and find out is the thing, right? So that's the problem with online. They get there like, the keyboard warrior, and they think they could talk shit at, no, something's going to happen, someday to somebody.
Jordan Peterson has a great thing about how one of the problems that we have today is that, and every man knows this, if you, as friendly as we are, if I came up to you, there is a certain line that if I cross that line, it will become violent.
Yeah.
Right. There are certain things I cannot say to you without pushing it over that line. And that is known. Everybody knows that. Mm-hmm. And we go, we're good. Right. And we're having that problem with people who aren't living by those rules or who are immune to that, which I'll remain nameless, who are pushing over that line. You said, we don't have good systems for dealing with that, right?
Yeah.
The system that we have where I will punch you if you say something was developed over thousands and thousands of years.
Hundreds of thousands
trying to find a way to live peacefully together without me killing you and you killing me, and we've got this system in place, and now we're fucking with that system.
Yep.
And that's a problem. But the reason why I bring it up is in online conversations, you cannot have this perspective that you can just fuck with someone over and over and over again, and there's going to be no retaliation. There's going to be no consequences from that person. That's dumb. That's stupid.
Yeah,
it will happen.
You meet him in person someday. There's gonna be shit goes down. That's all I'm saying. So that's all I'm saying. Not advocating it, just saying there's a consequence to some actions out there, guys. But hopefully, the consequence of this is you all subscribe to Greg, you all subscribe to me, and you show up again for more interviews, because we're gonna have as many people who will be willing to suffer through a 3 to 4 hour interview with me. I'm going to get them. I'm going to try to get them as much as I can. So thank you very much for listening this long. There's like over 160 people because we got 159. That's not counting Rumble and Facebook. So Jesus Christ, already.
Thanks for showing up, guys.
I know, this is nuts, man. It keeps going. You're at 128, Greg, just off of your X. I'm at 20 off of my X. YouTube got 10. My YouTube people are old. They all went to fucking bed. So they're so they all my audience skews older. So they're all in bed. You got the ShadowDark crowd, they're all younger, you know what I mean? So they're all up still, you know. So yeah, but thanks for watching. I do appreciate it. And thank you, Greg, for doing this. This was fucking cool.
It was great.
Very cool. I enjoyed the hell out of this. I didn't know a lot of stuff. I've known you for 10 or more years. Yeah. I didn't know a lot of this shit. So it was kind of nice to get to know that level too. You know what I mean? So that's very cool. It's very cool. So I appreciate it. So thank you very much, everybody. We're going to sign off at almost 4.5 hours here. I'm going to try to pull some clips out of this too, Greg. Throw them up there. Greg Christopher on.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck. You know what I mean?
So, I'm like,
yeah. When you're frozen. Like that, you know, that screenshot for all the thumbnails, you know. Yeah. All right, thanks, guys, much appreciated. We'll talk to you soon.
See you.
Bye. Let me see if I could end the stream.